Time once again for a big old compilation. Get ready, because this episode features 60 stories about alleged skinwalker encounters. Yep, that's over 5 hours of skinwalker goodness. So pull on your skinny jeans and grab some skinny popcorn. It's about to get real, well, skinny in here. Also, don't forget to check out eeriecast.com for more scary podcasts like this. Now, let's begin. I might have encountered a skinwalker from ZTC/W. A few years ago, in November of the year, I was about to turn 15. I was living with my family in a farm in Oklahoma. I remember being able to see everything from the house. My chores back then included gathering in the trash in the yard. Here, where I'm one of the two houses. I would then have to take the trash down a driveway, and it's about a quarter of a mile long. One night in November, my mom pointed out that the trash bag needed taking out, telling me to take it to the dumpster at the end of the driveway as soon as I could. Firstly, I grabbed my phone and tried a super bright flashlight, and I got my jacket before grabbing the trash bag, which, to my surprise, was heavier than usual. I should mention here that I had never taken the trash out at night at our new home. We'd only been on this property for about 3 months by now. The moment I looked out at the driveway, I couldn't see the other end of it. The trees that go down the driveway seemed to consume the light. Well, a little of it there was. The moon itself was barely visible, giving off hardly any light at all. This didn't help. I started walking down the driveway, noticing immediately that my phone's flashlight was not up to par for the task. I couldn't even see about 10 feet in front of me. But I carried on, and all was seemingly fine until I made it to the middle of the driveway. That's when I heard the voice of a friend. But recently this friend had moved away. Yet there I was, in the dark on the driveway, hearing him call out to me, saying, "Hello," in the field to my left. Immediately I stopped, shining the light into the field, looking for him. I didn't see anything weird, just the 2-foot-tall dry grass. I continued down the driveway, listening closely around me for any noises. About 3/4 of the way down, I heard so many different voices coming from that field all at once. Voices I recognized, such as my friend I mentioned before, but also my dad, whom I don't live with and haven't for a while, as well as my friend's little sister, and even my own voice. Besides that, there were several other voices that I didn't recognize at all of them either calling out my name or speaking words that I didn't understand. But all of them sounded as if they were coming with the wind. When I got to the end of the driveway, it all stopped. I threw the bag in the dumpster, and then I looked into the field, seeing absolutely nothing. No movement, no sign that anything odd had been there. For a moment, I thought about calling or texting someone back at the house to tell them to come get me with the car, but I decided against it. Now that I think about it, I should have turned on the camera of my phone. But at the time, I had just gotten the phone, and I was still getting used to it. And when I was that panicked and terrified, I wasn't really thinking clearly. I decided that I would walk back down the driveway because I thought if it were an animal or something like that, it would chase me if I decided to run. So I started to walk back, listening intently, trying to stay quiet. But then the voices started up again as soon as I began walking. I heard them greeting me, some of them saying farewell as well. But that's as much as I was able to understand. They were all speaking at once, drowning each other out. I kind of started to walk faster to get back up the driveway quickly. But then there was a new sound. Footsteps in the grass. This whole time I hadn't looked back at the grass, just back to the house. So when I finally peered out into the grass, I saw a tall, black shape as the light even shining bright enough to show me features of whatever it was. Whatever I was looking at was tall, 7 to 8 feet tall. I could also see arms that were extremely long, pressed closely against its sides, and the creature was hunched over slightly. I turned around, and I couldn't keep myself from running. The air was cold as I ran, colder than it should have been, and it didn't take long to hear a second set of feet hitting the gravel, although it clearly sounded like it was just jogging to get to me. This thing was capable of covering a lot more ground than I was. The sound of its footsteps grew closer and louder. I got to the front yard and took off around the house, jumping over the truck frame in the back carport and into the back door. I sat there for a while, watching the backyard, wondering if it had followed me home. After a couple of minutes, I walked away from the door into my room. My brothers, who were in my room playing games, didn't seem clean apparently. I decided to tell them about the voices I heard, and I started to tell them about the figure too. One of my brothers interrupted me, saying that I was just making this all up. And after that, when I told the story to people, I would only focus on the voices I heard. It seemed like talking about the figure would cause people not to believe me. I believe that night I may have encountered a skinwalker, but I can't be sure. Not too long after late November that year, early December I believe, I got one of my friends to come over, along with his sister. I told them of these voices, never telling them that I heard her voice that night. We decided we would walk down the driveway and to the end of the road to see if anything happened again. We talked my oldest brother into going with us, and just in case, we got some weapons, a couple of pocket knives, a pipe, and my machete, which I now bring with me if I have to take out the trash at night. So we walked down the driveway, slowly, focusing on the sounds around us. The first thing the others noticed was the way the driveway consumed the light at night, as if it became a void of some sort. My brother and I had the same kind of phone. The friend had a flashlight, and his sister had a phone with a flashlight too. We had all our flashlights on, pointing them to the driveway, and even then, we couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of us. We continued walking. As I was walking with them, I told them there were a few details about the story that I left out. I explained to them where I had heard each voice, that the wind picked up, and that I saw a figure in the field. I even told them about how the air was so cold, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to tell them that the figure I saw had actually chased me. We got to the end of the driveway soon enough, but then my friend began being a jerk to his sister, trying to get her to run off back home. Me and my brother were trying to get him to stop as we walked down the road. For some reason, we thought we saw a figure at the end of the road, but in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. We said it was just a shadow of some sort. Almost halfway between the end of the road and the driveway, my friend's sister had enough of his comments and started walking back, just as he had wished. At the time, she was just turning 12 and only had a pocket knife on her. I felt bad for her, so I told my friend off and ran to catch up with her to help her walk back. As the two of us walked, she revealed to me that she had some problems with her brother, and she believed she may have been suffering from depression. This aggravated me. It got me angry towards my friend, but she requested of me not to tell anyone that she told me that. So I agreed, and we simply walked back to the house. Back in my room, we started playing some video games and talking, to relax. After about an hour, my brother and my friend came back. But they were seemingly interrogating us, demanding to know how long we'd been in here. We gave them an answer easily, as the game we'd been playing ran in intervals. But then they told us that when they decided to walk back to the house, they saw this figure walking from the field across from our driveway into the driveway, seemingly walking over a fence. The figure was tall. They didn't know who it was, but hoped that it was us, even though the figure didn't match what we looked like. The two of them began running, and when they got to the end of the driveway, they looked back, yet saw nothing. The figure was gone. Ever since this experience, we haven't gone back out to explore the driveway at night, but I hope I never see the figure again. I'm hoping that whatever this thing is, it doesn't live around my home. Hopefully, it was just passing through. Bear Beast of the Appalachian Mountains, from Doug. This story takes place in southwest Pennsylvania, roughly 40 miles north of the West Virginia border. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love spending time in nature when I'm not working. But one recent, terrifying camping trip changed the way I look at the world we live in and what hides in the shadows. This happened in mid-April of 2020. I was out of work due to the Rona crisis going on, and decided it was a good time to go camping, since it was relatively nice out. So I phoned two good friends of mine to go camping on some state land in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend. Let's call them Ron and Jake. So on that day, Ron, Jake, and I drove out to the most remote area we could find in those mountains. We parked my SUV, unloaded our tents and the other camping gear, then hiked a few miles deep into the uncharted Appalachian mountain wilderness. And if you're wondering, the three of us were carrying firearms for protection. Ron, being the biggest gun nut out of all three of us, had his Glock 10mm and DPMS AR-10 308 tactical rifle. Jake had a Colt 45 1911 handgun, and I had my Mossberg 590M 12-gauge. We soon found a small clearing in the dense forest, a perfect spot to set up camp. We soon noticed some large scratch marks on some trees about 7 feet off the ground. Of course, we didn't think too much of it. It was about an hour before dark, and we needed to set up some tents, gather firewood, get a fire going. After that, we sat around the campfire drinking a few beers, listening to music, and telling some old stories. By around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night. When we finally turned off the music we had playing on the Bluetooth speaker, we realized the forest was completely silent. All three of us knew that this was very odd, but again didn't think much of it. We just climbed into our tents and tried to get some sleep. I woke up sometime later to an overwhelming feeling of dread, and that we needed to leave. The forest was still silent, but the silence was then broken by Jake screaming not far away, followed by the sound of gunshots and a very deep, loud, guttural roar. I burst out of my tent along with Ron, now completely sobered up. Our guns were drawn. The fire had died down quite a bit, but there was still enough to light up the campsite. Jake came sprinting back into the campsite with his Colt 45 drawn, completely pale white, looking absolutely terrified. He yelled at me and Ron to run, saying that it's coming for us. Ron and I were still trying to comprehend what was happening, but what I saw next will haunt me to the day I die. There, walking up to the edge of the campsite, on all fours, illuminated by the dwindling light of the campfire, was a giant hulking beast. It literally looked like a grizzly bear on steroids. Dark brown fur, extremely muscular body, glowing red eyes, and large curled horns on top of its head. The beast began to growl and bare its teeth at us. Then it stood up on its back legs, towering over us at about 8 or 9 feet tall. The intense standoff was then broken by rapid gunshots by Ron with his AR-10 308. Jake and I snapped out of our petrification and joined Ron in the fight with our guns. I don't know how many times all of us hit the beast, but it let out an agonizing pain-filled roar and dropped to its stomach. The beast wasn't dead. It was still alive, growling but momentarily halted. We had pummeled it enough to buy the three of us some time to sprint like heck out of there, going back in the direction we had arrived. After a few minutes of sprinting, we could hear, not far behind us, these huge, crashing footsteps and thick branches breaking. How none of us tripped and fell while trying to navigate our way through the dark Appalachian mountain forest while running and being chased by some giant bear beast, I don't know. But it's an absolute miracle. Eventually, we made it back to my SUV. Thank God, I had my keys in my pocket. All three of us, completely out of breath, scrambled inside as I started up the SUV, while the beast was right behind us. I threw it in drive and stepped on the gas pedal as we sped away. A few miles down the road, I had to slow down and puke out the window after running so much before. The car ride back home was completely silent. It wasn't until the next day all three of us spoke to each other about the terrifying event. Jake said he woke up later that night with the urge to pee bad. He got out of his tent and walked away from the campsite to relieve himself. He said he heard loud crashing footsteps coming toward him on the campsite. He drew his Colt 45 and soon was face to face with the bear beast. That's when me and Ron heard Jake screaming and firing his gun. And well, you already know the rest. None of us went back to that spot to retrieve our belongings, but I'm sure what we had left behind was torn to shreds anyway by the beast we fought against. So my advice to those who live in or near the Appalachian Mountains, stay out of there at night. There are strange, terrifying things undiscovered to mankind that live within those mountains. Possible skinwalker from Wolf Thorne. Last year, me and my friends, Zach and Pippa, I went camping out in the woods near my house. We live in a small town in North Carolina. The first day of our adventure went by as usual. We made it to the pond, unpacked the car, got camp set up, and lit a fire. But it was the second day when some weird things started happening. We got up to smoke and went fishing. There's a river half a mile through the woods from the campsite, so we thought we'd go catch something to eat for the day. As we were walking, Zach pointed out some strange footprints. I used to hunt in these parts, so I'm familiar with how big the deer get. But these tracks we saw, they were huge, and there were large gaps between each print, as if whatever it was had been walking on two legs, not four, and they appeared to be heading back towards our camp. I bent down to get a good look at them. They were almost bigger than my hand. We continued down the trail, talking about the tracks we saw. Soon enough, we finally made it to the river. We sat down in our usual spots, then we started fishing. About an hour into it, we had 5 decent-sized red drums, so we packed up and started heading back. Just as we were leaving, we heard this loud scream that went on for at least 15 seconds. It was so far off, I wasn't worried about it. To put everyone at ease, even myself, I said out loud it was probably a panther. After all, there have been a few sighted in that area. When we made it back to camp, we were still on edge though. We found the same tracks that we'd seen earlier, but they were all over the campsite, around the tents as well. And outside my tent in particular were these 3 giant claw marks. By then we were creeped out, assuming that someone was playing a trick on us, trying to mess with us. Heck, it could have been someone we knew. We've brought a lot of friends out here, and a few of them even knew where we were going. We stirred the fire back up and had some breakfast. The rest of the day was pretty chill. We took a few walks, went swimming, had some smokes. At one point, we discussed what we were going to do with the summer. Eventually, we all went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the same kind of screaming that I'd heard earlier. But it was close enough to scare me, so I grabbed my Mossberg 500 and climbed out of the tent. Zach and Pipper were already out theirs. I asked if they'd heard that, and Zach said, "No crap." I threw a few logs in the fire, and we all sat around for a while, listening to the sounds of the woods. I don't know how long we'd been sitting there, when all of a sudden, it got dead quiet. All the birds and bugs just shut off all at once. It was then we began to hear heavy footsteps around the campsite. We looked around, but didn't see anything weird. A few moments later, something stepped into the light of the fire, but it was still difficult to see. It got even closer, standing only about 20 feet away. This thing was massive. I'm 6'6", and this thing had at least 3 feet on me. At first, we thought it was a person, but it was too big. It was almost solid white as well. It may have had the body of a man, but where its head should have been, there was a deer's skull. This thing crept closer, and almost instinctively I fired 3 slugs at it. Rather than flinching and running away, it simply stopped and looked over at me. I told Zach to grab the keys out the tent. The thing then looked over at Pipper. When it did, I shot another round into it, aiming for its stomach, causing its attention to shoot straight back to me. I swear to God I saw it smile, as if it knew that we couldn't hurt it. Zach had already jumped in the car and started it up. I grabbed Pipper's by the hand, and we went over to the car, keeping my gun aimed at this thing if it tried to make another move. When we all got in, Zach hit the pedal, and we went flying. We had to have been doing at least 60 down the old dirt trail, when Pipper let out a scream. There was a large thud on the SUV. It jolted to the side. I looked behind us, and this thing was keeping pace with the car. Zach, distracted, looks up, nearly hitting someone else's car as he goes around the corner onto the road. At that point, I looked back, and I saw the thing standing in the head of the trail, raising its hand as if to wave at me as we sped off. Ever since then, we haven't gone back camping. I'm not sure if we ever will. We haven't told anyone about the encounter until now. I figured if I shared it here, someone else may have had a similar encounter in this area. Supply, North Carolina, to be exact. Navajo Skinwalker, from C. Philly 100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument Valley. At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple hundred yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Dene, or Navajo, man standing up on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, and he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. "Hey there. Sorry, friend, we didn't realize this was private property," I called out. No response. He just stood there, scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister. We don't want any trouble, we'll just be on our way now." The man began to mutter something under his breath, only it sounded more like a chant or curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him, or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. We ate pizza that night, played some music, and I'd almost forgotten all about the strange encounter. Just then, we heard something out in the front yard. I turned the music down and went to look out the window. Sitting just outside the pool of light from the front porch was a big black dog. It was looking right at me, with these dull yellow eyes, unblinking in the cool desert night. "Hey guys, check it out. There's a dog outside. Come take a look at this," I said. My friend Tommy got up and yawned as he made a big, dramatic show of walking over. "Probably just some local res dog," he said. "Maybe just looking for scraps or something." Just then, the dog stood up and started walking towards the side of the house, gradually breaking into a trot. I ran to the bedroom window to keep eyes on the thing, then to the kitchen as it began to actually run around the side of the house. I ran over to the bathroom just in time to see it clearing the corner back into the front yard. I nearly tripped over the dining room table to get back to the front window where the dog was, only it wasn't a dog anymore. What I saw there now was a man, the same man from earlier, dressed in all black, eyes gleaming in the reflection of the floodlights. Even through the window, I could hear his chanting, the same as before, only now my ears were ringing, and I had a splitting headache. The last thing I remember, I was clutching my head in pain and feeling like I was about to throw up. When I came to, it was morning. I sat up and saw that all my friends were, similarly, splayed out all over the floor. The place was a mess. The table had been flipped over, and our stuff was everywhere. The front door was open, and there were black paw prints all over the floor. The rest of that trip was a bit of a bust, as we were all feeling sick and hungover, even though we hadn't had anything to drink. It's illegal to buy alcohol on the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. Skiing Skinwalker, from Daddy Matty. So this happened kind of recently, a few weeks back. I'm a pretty avid skier, and a few weeks ago I was itching to get out. My local mountain wasn't open yet, and I just couldn't wait. I found a section of mountains in northern British Columbia, and they had a very decent amount of snow on them. I called up a friend of mine, who's also an avid skier, and asked him if he wanted to ski them with me. He said yeah, and I got my other friend to go with us as well. Now, it's never safe to ski alone, even if you're out at a ski resort. All of us have these special bindings for our skis that allow your heel to lock and unlock. These bindings, along with what's called skins, allow us to basically walk on snow. We plan to go for 5 days and do one big loop. We'd climb up peaks and mountains and ski down them, and just do that for all 5 days. The three of us all took one vehicle and loaded up our packs, strapping on our gear and heading out. The first 3 days were a dream. We skied some of the best snow of our lives. There was one section that was so great and so much fun, we stayed a little longer than we should have. After looking at the time, we decided to get heading towards our camp. It got dark out, and once the sun was out of sight, I got an eerie feeling. Not like I was being watched, but more like stalked. Like something was following us. We turned on our headlamps, but after 5 minutes my lamp died, which made no sense because I had put fresh batteries in it earlier that day. Not even 10 minutes later, one of my friend's lamps died too. We had our one friend whose lamp was still on, leading us from the front. Given past experiences in my life, I thought something was up. However, my friends just said it was the cold that killed the batteries. We were hiking on a ridge, and about 1 kilometer ahead was another ridge. That's where I saw 2 red dots, which I later assumed to be eyes. I told my friend to turn off the lamp, and I told them both to look across at these red dots. There they were, crimson red eyes, looking right at us. Around the same time, we heard a loud howl, but it was so distorted it sounded more like a scream. We heard these screams all night. We made camp, accompanied by these screams. At about 6-ish a.m., I was awakened to the sound of walking and heavy panting outside our tents. I stayed still, terrified of what could be out there. I remembered the screams of the night before. I heard whatever it was beginning to walk away, and I opened my tent slightly, just enough for one eye to peek out. Then I saw it, this huge black wolf. It was standing by a tree. It was about half as tall as the tree itself, about 10 to 12 feet. It jumped right around, and the crimson red dots that we'd seen before now stared right back at my one eye. Then it screamed. In the scream we could almost make out in a distorted way. Because of this wolf's close proximity to the camp, the scream woke up my friends. Then it ran off. That morning we got up and headed out. It sounded like that thing had said, "This is my mountain," and I hoped it wasn't talking about the specific mountain we were on. Just as we were about to set out again, we saw it in broad daylight on the ridge across from us. It looked back and screamed. Then an avalanche happened right in front of us. Seeing that thing, we decided to cut our trip short. We made our way to a shortcut. This took us all day and it was getting dark, but we kept going even through the dark. We were now in a valley. We continued on, eventually seeing those red eyes again on top of a hill staring down at us. We decided to make our way up to the opposite hill that the eyes were on. We got halfway up the hill with a large part of the mountain looming above us. The screams returned then. That night was a sleepless one, as I was constantly awake hearing those screams, knowing that something was outside. I pretended to sleep though, hoping that that thing would leave in peace. I know it returned into our camp, but eventually I did hear it walk away. I heard it scream again before leaving. After it was gone, we got up and packed up. Just as we set out, when we were about 30 feet away from our camp, an avalanche came pouring down right in the place we were just sleeping. We booked it out of there, making it back to the truck. I looked back as we drove away, looking right into that wolf's eyes again. I'm not really sure what that thing wanted. Maybe just privacy, wanting us to leave, but maybe it had different ideas. Something tells me if we had been caught in that avalanche, we would have ended up as a tasty cold meal for that thing. There are things in the mountains we're not meant to see. Stay safe this shredding season. Skinwalker story, I think, from Butterfly 7. Just a few days ago, I was at my aunt's house. I was going to be staying for 2 nights. I'm from Hawaii and have lots of strange and creepy experiences, and I'm here to share this one with you in particular. We were out in the woods of Pennsylvania. I was a little creeped out by the woods, but I didn't really dwell on it. I've always been paranoid, after all, and have really bad anxiety. On my first night there, I was asleep on an air mattress. However, it quickly deflated, and soon I was just basically on the floor. I was looking out the windows that had the blinds down. My parents were sleeping downstairs, and my brothers were asleep on the couch. As I began to finally calm down, I started to hear light scratching sounds coming from the roof. I brushed it off and started scrolling through some videos on YouTube, trying to distract myself. As I said, I'm just paranoid sometimes, and I figured the sound was nothing. As I listened to some music, I began hearing banging sounds, and even more, louder scratching coming from the roof. I plugged both my earbuds in, and after a while, the sounds changed to a walking sound, like someone walking in a circle above me. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a tree branch, but the thought of it being anything else quickly sunk into my mind. After a while, it stopped, but I was still freaked out, and it took a long time for me to finally get some sleep. The next day was fun. We went out to eat, and I got upgraded from the air mattress to my cousin's old bed. The thoughts of last night had mostly left my mind. That night, when I was getting settled into my cousin's bed, I constantly looked out the window. It was getting dark, and the window didn't have curtains or anything like that. I put some thick blankets on the bed and started to relax. Like the night before, I turned on some YouTube, looking up some animations, I think. After a while, my aunt said goodnight and turned off all the lights, closing the door. Just then, I saw movement outside, so I looked up and out the window. The banging and scratching sounds came again, soon followed by that circular pacing right above me. I closed my eyes, taking in deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I turned up the video I was watching, and after a while, the noise stopped. I felt calm enough to open my eyes. But when I did, I peered out the window and saw something that I don't think I should have. Whatever it was, it looked like a starved wolf with deer-like limbs and big, glowing eyes, glowing in the same way a cat's eyes would if you flash light on them. This thing stood on hind legs, without breaking eye contact with me. I watched, petrified, as it began to walk closer to the window. I gathered my courage and quickly got up, walking to the bathroom. I stayed in the bathroom for a very long time. After that, I crept out of the bathroom and slid into bed. I glanced over at the window, and I saw the same big yellow eyes staring at me. I don't think I slept that night, and I was ever so happy to leave when the trip was over. Warning: the following story contains explicit depictions of dead animals, an encounter with a skinwalker. From Supernatural Hunter. On the news one day, we heard of this little girl who had gone missing on a family hike. At the time, we had nothing better to do, and we didn't want to do homework, so we went out to look for her ourselves, we being me and my friends. We went looking near where she was supposedly taken. She had apparently been taken near a road that she walked on her way back from school. We decided to search the public land that was across the road. This was about 1,000 acres of land. We spent the entire day searching, and soon it was getting late. One of our friends, who didn't believe in the supernatural, thought it would be funny to call out a skinwalker. They practically screamed it. This sent me and a couple of other people into a hot mess. We started yelling at this idiot, calling him names and things like that. I was in the middle of using every cuss word in my vocabulary when, I kid you not, a shrill shriek sounded from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like it came from all directions. At that moment, I swear I forgot how to breathe. We began to quickly make our way back to the vehicles, heading down the trail. The entire time, I felt as if I was being watched. Since the moment I heard that noise, I had this constant, crushing, overwhelming fear that something bad was about to happen. That's when it started getting really creepy. We never noticed it before, or maybe it wasn't there before, but we saw what appeared to be bird bones hanging from the trees, and deer legs bent at the joint over different rocks and branches. Animal skulls hung on the fence posts. Before I came here, I always had a bad feeling about this place. Before this, people had discovered Native American remains here, various human bones. I'd once seen a spine myself on a barbed wire fence. How it got there and who put it there, I have no idea. Suddenly, something dropped from a tree and landed on the person in front of me. They screamed with intense fear, yelling about blood on their face. That's when we all hightailed it back to safety, running as fast as we could all go. We tripped and stumbled over one another. Finally, we made it back to where we parked our vehicles. I'd stopped then and asked one of my friends to shine the flashlight from the direction we had just come from. When he did, we saw eyes looking back at us. Eyes from a height that could not be human. Whatever it was making some kind of human-like sound, though. It was far enough away down the trail, but then it began to rush towards us, extremely fast. I jumped through the open window. Most of us did, and we sped out of there quickly. The next morning, we went back, bringing weapons with us this time. It got a little weird. Walking down the trail, something had caught my eye. When I went to check it out, there were these red rocks placed in a circle around a headless deer. There was blood, too. At least I'm pretty sure it was blood, covering the ground. To this day, none of us ever speak of what happened. Some people moved, and those that remained never went back there. But someday I do want to go back. I need to know what's out there for sure. Skinwalker in Shreve, Ohio. From Pat from Shreve. This was my experience with a skinwalker in Wayne County, Ohio. It was 2009. My best friend, B, and I were camping in my backyard in rural Shreve, Ohio. I grew up on a couple of acres of land, surrounded by roughly 1,500 acres of farmland. As we were camping and YouTubing skateboard videos, we heard coyotes in the woods off to our left. This is really common where I'm from, and generally, the coyotes don't bother people. But these coyotes were yelling and being loud, and then just stopped making noise all of a sudden. This was the first thing that really had us on edge. Then, out of nowhere, we hear this sniffing sound, which sounded like it was coming from a very large dog. It was coming from literally right outside the tent. To be honest, we were pretty freaked out. This would be the closest a coyote had ever been to either of us. But then the unthinkable happened. A hand that was more human in shape ripped open the tent door. But then there was silence and stillness. Whatever had tore up our tent had just stopped. It wasn't doing anything. We sat there in that terrifying silence, just looking out in the dark for what felt like 5 minutes or so. Suddenly, something huge began to crawl underneath the tent, growling viciously. My friend grabbed a hammer that we'd used for the tent stakes, and he began to beat away at this thing, where he thought the head was. Instead of a pained cry or yelp, like any normal dog would, this thing growled demonically. After hitting it a few times more, we sprinted through the tent door, across the 1-acre yard, and through the door to my garage. Every time I glanced back, I saw this big shadow following closely. No definition to it, just a pitch-black form in the middle of nowhere. We get inside, and that's really where the story ends. I just remember being terribly scared for the whole night, and I never trusted those woods again. While I don't have any obvious ways to prove this was a skinwalker, it's all I can think it to be, based on it sounding like a large dog, while having a human-like hand and making low demonic growling noises. I'll also note that while my friend B was running in front of me, I heard his voice yelling, "Stop," but it was coming from behind me. That's my tale, and that's why now I learn all I can about cryptozoology. Where Coyote in Arizona. From Anonymous Shadow. My family and a couple of cousins of mine all love riding cars, quads, and motorbikes. On a Monday, we went riding around the Wickenburg area, which was about 1 hour from our home. I was going down this little gravel road around 35 miles per hour on my uncle's red quad, and it was getting dark fast. I got to this little hill at the end of the road, and I told myself, I'll just go down, turn around, and come back up, and go back to the cars. That was when I heard some rustling in the bushes at the edges of the turnaround area, at the base of the little hill I was on. My heart began to race. But a rabbit came running out, and I told myself I was just overreacting. A couple of coyotes then appeared, running after the rabbit. I got a little bit scared, because I wasn't sure how they'd react to my presence, or if they had rabies or anything like that. There seemed to be about 4 adults and 2 pups, so they could have easily attacked me if they wanted to. Back then I was a 13-year-old with a quad. That wasn't going to save me if they decided to attack. Sure, I could try to run them over, but that meant I would have flown down the hill, most likely ending with me crashing. I decided to slowly start moving my quad as quietly as I could, kinda trying to pick it up and turn it. Yeah, I know, don't turn your back to predators, but at the time I was scared. Suddenly I heard low guttural growling coming close to me, up the hill, but luckily I had finished turning around my quad. When I turned to look, the biggest of the coyotes was coming up the hill towards me, growling at me. This one was bigger, way bigger than even my dogs, which were German shepherds. It was getting close to me, so I got back on the quad, and I swear that freaking coyote stood up on 2 legs. It might sound crazy, or even cliche for a story like this, but I'm not sure how else to say it. The thing just stood up like a man. From the time it stood to the time I went about 40 getting back to my family, I saw for sure that it had a coyote's head, dull glowing yellow eyes, and a human-like body, with bent back legs like a werewolf, and a coyote's tail. It's been a while since then, and for some time after that, I didn't sleep very well at all. My usual dreamless, boring nights have been filled with waking up in a cold sweat, nightmares of being attacked, flashbacks of that moment. My mom and dad just chalked it up to my imagination, and all those scary things I listened to. But I listened to those things because they were fun. But now they're the only thing I have keeping me from insanity, knowing I'm not alone with encounters like this. Possible skinwalker. From CC. For a little background, I live in West Virginia, so basically everything is up or down. My house is situated on a hillside. The front yard goes upward to the road, and once you cross it, it goes down rather steep into an almost valley, until you go back up another hill, which is covered in woods up it, but at the top is a clearing, and you can see sort of where the tree line ends from the base. This entire side is my neighbor's, and they let us use their trampoline, which is at the base. At the time, I was maybe 12 years old. I had a friend over, named Candace. We had just finished eating some mug treats and watching some witch movie, when we decided to go outside and jump on the trampoline. We'd been off and on the thing all day, mostly playing music and occupying my neighbor's twin grandkids who were about 5. We were excited because we finally had the trampoline all to ourselves. However, it was getting dark, and before long we could only see each other's faces with our phone screens. I had my back to the woods, and Candace was opposite me. The moon was pretty bright, so I could see the top of the hill if I looked at the right spot. It was eerily quiet. Usually the coyotes would be barking and howling, but they seemed pretty far off, even when we heard the occasional howl. We had fallen into a silence. She was changing the song when I felt the hair on the back of my neck raise up. Naturally, I turned around, scanning my surroundings that I could see due to my eyes having been adjusted to the dark. Then I saw what I thought was at first a deer. Well, the silhouette of one. I was sort of in awe. I saw this thing that I thought was a buck, but then I noticed other features at my leg, asking me what was wrong with me. I ignored her and kept staring at the thing. I could tell it was staring at me too. Immediately, I stood up, starting to usher Candace out of the trampoline so she could get her boots on. Then, I couldn't believe it when it happened. That thing spoke in my mother's voice. Baby. I practically pushed my friend out of the trampoline, telling her to just grab her shoes and run. She did what I asked, and started running back towards the road. I stayed behind her, making sure she didn't trip or fall behind. Then it called again, louder and more demanding this time. Like when you're about to get in serious trouble and your mom uses that tone. Danica. I didn't even turn. Knowing my mom was back at the house, I knew this couldn't be her. We made it inside, and Candace looked at me funny. She asked why I did that, then brushed me off as being paranoid from the movie earlier. She never saw that thing, and I guess she never heard it. The rest of that night was, luckily, uneventful. Skinwalker in Saskatchewan. From Terrence XLIV. This happened to me on October 27, 2021, at around 3 a.m. I live on a farm in Saskatchewan, Canada. For the sake of context, I need to go back to when I was 10. One day, when I was 10 years old, I was outside doing chores at about midnight, because I'd lost track of time. Suddenly, I began to hear screaming, like a man and a woman being murdered, out in the field. It sounded extremely close. I asked my dad what he thinks that is. He said, nothing. Probably some kind of animal. I decided to grab a kitchen knife for protection, even though it would probably do absolutely nothing to an animal larger than me. But it did make me feel safe. These sounds happened every once in a while, every couple of months. Maybe once or twice a month, at the most. Now let's get back to October 27th, 2021. One night, or morning, I went out at 3 a.m. because I forgot to cut a bale of hay for some horses. On my way back behind my house, I saw something disturbing. It's hard to explain. There was something standing there in the corner of my eye. I didn't get the best look at it, but it had these huge legs and a really small head and thin neck. It looked extremely different from anything we had in our fields, and it was unlike any natural animal out in these parts. I didn't even scream. I just ran back to my house. It's a short experience, but a creepy one. I still hear those sounds every so often. I'm not sure what to do. There's not much I can do. Living on a farm in the middle of nowhere. Fields on all four sides of the place. Backpacking Trip and Possible Skinwalker by Cole D. A couple of years back, I went on a camping trip on a summer camp excursion. This excursion happened to be a backpacking trip around the Mount Hood area, the Timberline area to be specific. The first night wasn't so bad, but in the middle of the night, I heard some noises that I prayed were just coyotes or deer. But what came after that made little sense to me and to the others I was camping with. You see, one of the people I was bunking with told me that in the middle of the night, I woke up, walked right outside, and made my way into the forest until I finally laid down near a creek bed. Horrified, I explained to them why this scared me. I've never been a sleepwalker. Never have, not once in my life. I'm not sure they believed me. But worse was soon to come. The following day, one of the other campers sprained or broke something around his wrist, and we had no first aid or communication with the outside world, so we had to improvise and make a makeshift cast to support his arm until we could get him professional help. So after tending to him, we didn't have much daylight left, so we set up camp by the river where the camper hurt himself. Later that night, I was in and out of sleep, near the campfire that we had going. At one point, when I was dozing off again, I began hearing twigs snapping in the distance and the leaves shifting, those sounds drawing closer to where our camp was. Then, when they were right next to the tree line, I heard a voice that sounded close to one of the male counselors we were working with. It spoke in an odd way, as if the person asking the question didn't care at all for an answer. "You all right?" Something told me not to move or get up or answer this voice. Despite not hearing any more movement, when the voice came again to shake, I was so scared. I knew the counselor who had this voice, and something deep down told me this was not that person. I did not reply to it, and in a moment, I heard what sounded like an animal scuttering away through the underbrush. Then the counselor, who I thought it was, came walking back into the campsite, on the opposite side, where that thing had came in. He went to take a bathroom break, and had rushed back because he was checking all the campers, making sure we were all here, safe and asleep. When morning came, and believe me, it couldn't come soon enough, we began our final trek to the pickup area to get back to the main camp, which was 2 hours away. As for me, I couldn't feel more on edge. I felt like everyone was looking at me, giving me strange glances. They could probably tell just how scared I was. We finally made it back to the pickup zone, and we had to wait a while for the shuttle to pick us up. I had been holding in a much-needed bathroom break myself, due to fear, but I just could not hold it in anymore. I walked into the nearby woods to relieve myself. I wasn't even that far from the tree line. Out of nowhere, I heard something more disturb me, because the voice I heard this time around was my own voice. "We're here." It only took me 1 second to start running right out of those woods into the panicked stares of my counselors and campmates. One of the counselors asked what was wrong, but I interrupted them, asking how long the shuttle was going to be before it arrived. Soon it came up. We got in and left that place, and ever since I haven't heard anything like those voices. When we did make it back to the main camp, I talked to one of the other campers about what happened. He laughed and said, "Must have been a skinwalker." Never again will I go into the forest on a camping trip without something to protect myself, and I won't go anywhere in those woods alone. That was too close for comfort, because at one point that thing was inches from me. The Skinwalker at My Doorstep by Allison. I am 17 years old, and during the time I've been alive, I've never experienced anything as horrifying as this. It happened about a month ago as of writing this. My mom was in India, and my dad was out on a business trip. I was given the responsibility to take care of my little brother. It was around 10 o'clock p.m. that night. My brother was in the middle of a gaming session, while I was struggling with writer's block. Just when I had a new good idea for the romance story I was writing, I heard a knock at the door. My brother and I exchanged looks. We weren't expecting anyone. We wondered who it could be in the vicinity. We waited a couple of minutes, hoping that whoever it was would give up and go away. But another knock didn't come. Instead, what came was our mother's voice.
"Al, open the door, it's Mom."
Oh, Mom. How did she even get here? She had been dropped off at the airport by my dad a few weeks ago. I knew then that something was wrong, no matter how it sounded. If this person really was our mom, she would have entered through the garage entrance, like she always did. She knows the garage pin number. So why she was knocking on our front door, I don't know. "Jason, go upstairs," I told my brother in a low voice. He hesitated as he looked in the direction of the door. "Why? Mom's home," he asked, confused. He began to appear frightened. I knew that wasn't wrong, but I didn't want to scare my 8-year-old brother. Just when I was about to answer, the knocks we heard before became bangs on the door. They were loud and persistent.
"Harry, JJ, I know you told me that."
The voice said almost tauntingly. My heart sank, knowing that I'll have to be face to face with this person or something sooner or later. "Just go to bed, JJ." I tried to stay unfazed by the continual pounding on the door. Jason hesitated for a moment before making his way upstairs. I sat there in my chair, completely paralyzed in fear.
"Open it, open it, open it."
The thing on the other side of the door howled. Whatever it was no longer trying to disguise itself as my mother. It sent goosebumps up my spine. I suddenly stood up, angry that whatever that was mimicking my mom. I don't like being tricked. Without completely realizing it myself, I marched toward the door and abruptly stopped in my tracks. Whoever was at the door was not human, not even the slightest. This creature had the blackest eyes. It was naked, with ribs sticking out of its skin. It was so pale and impossibly tall. Just looking at it, it made me want to vomit. I don't know what ails me, but I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Get out of here! I'm not letting you in!" After that, it felt hard to breathe, and I could see its black eyes on me. I shivered in fear as the thing let out an ear-piercing scream before disappearing into the dark. After that incident, I ran upstairs and held Jason close, hoping that it didn't come back, hoping that my will would be home very soon. Until she did get back home, I was afraid that that thing had gotten her. But the way its powers worked was that it took my mother and stole her voice. I'm glad I was wrong. A while after that, I found myself searching on Google for what this could possibly be. And one all-too-close match was an entity called the Skinwalker. Something that has the ability to disguise its physical appearance and voice as other animals, even for people. I still am not over this incident. I don't think I ever could be. I don't think this is something any sane human can forget about. Skinwalker on Eagle Mountain by Sister. This happened a few years ago, but thank God it only happened once. My sister went on a walk around 10 at night. Her name was Rosalie. It was a sort of cloudy and cold night. The moon was out, and it gave off a little light, but she could still see well. I wasn't with her that night. I was safe at home watching a movie. When she was near the town park, she noticed a silhouette nearby that appeared to be following her. When she passed a streetlight, the person passed by it eventually as well. But when she caught sight of the thing shining, she knew it was not a person at all, while the silhouette remained the same. The shadow itself was an amalgamation of dozens of different animals, writhing and curling in on itself, as if they were tied or fused together. Her eyes widened. She said she began to question her reality, so she calmly tried to walk away as it came a little closer. She turned around and began to speedwalk now, barely able to contain herself. She was so close to her house, but a little too far. Taking a few looks back, she saw that it didn't approach any further, as if the thing had lost interest in her as she sped up. When she arrived home, she felt shaken up, nervous, and altogether terrified. My other sister asked her what was wrong, and she explained the whole incident. Even though I was 9 years old at the time, gullible of course, I still believe her story to this day. I remember the look on her face. I remember thinking it looked so real, so visible. Her expression said to me that what she saw there was real, and that has scared me more than anything. Pig-faced skinwalker by Elijah D. To begin, I'm one of those people who, when startled, I might just throw a fist. Anyway, when 15, I was at the trailer alone one day. I had just come in from outside because I'd gotten a weird feeling I didn't want to stay outside much longer that day. I did forget to lock the door behind me. I was watching some videos online in the living room, and I heard this clomping sound. Not like feet or boots or shoes. It sounded more like hooves, like a horse, and strangely enough, I heard them echoing down the hallway. And when they suddenly stopped, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I turned around slowly, expecting to see something straight from my nightmares, but as the hallway entrance came into view, I didn't see anything. Relieved, I just assumed something was wrong with my earbuds. Maybe they had been popping weirdly, or something. But just as I thought nothing was wrong, I could see something out of the corner of my left eye. There was something moving around. I was not alone in this trailer anymore. I remember feeling so horrified. It was like something was pulling my soul out of me. When I managed to turn my head around, I saw a blur of movement. I was too petrified to move much more than that, and my eyes were watering. Suddenly, the lights flickered out, and my phone suddenly turned off. Everything went quiet. I forced myself to get up and move. I looked around, but could see nothing through the pitch darkness. I got up and followed the wall with my hands until I managed to make my way over to the window, lift the curtain to get light inside. As I was about to lift it, I felt something breathing on the side of my face. It was the most awful smell, worse than a decomposing animal. I gripped the string when something scared me even more. I heard my name whispered through the darkness. Like I said before, as it was calling for me to do, I involuntarily swung my arm out. I made contact with something I didn't expect. Fur, and underneath that, extremely hard and muscular flesh. I wanted to scream. I wanted to crawl out of the window or jump out. I began clawing and yanking at the drawstring and the curtain itself, causing light from outside to leak into the trailer, revealing to me my attacker. The figure almost appeared human for a moment, but then I got a better look at it. The creature was tall, and it was hunched over. Its legs and arms were very skinny and long. Its hands were claws, and they appeared more like a cow's. There were patches of fur and random spots on its body, but its face was like a pig's, but not at all symmetrical like a natural creature. It was uneven, with sharp teeth jutting out all over its mouth. The slander-glowing eyes staring at me. I swear, in that moment I saw it smile. The creature knelt down before me in an entirely unnatural way. Its whole body shifted left and right in order to kneel, as if it had to break parts of itself inside, just to be able to move into that position. The smile turned into an open mouth, as if it was about to take a large bite out of my face, and brought my arms up, trying to cover myself, accidentally making contact with the creature. With a scream that sounded like ages of torment, the creature then went silent and still. When I opened my eyes, it was gone. I ran for the lights and turned them off, since they had been on, and when I flipped them on again, the lights were working. Then I ran into the bathroom and locked myself inside. I peered hesitantly through the bathroom window to see a figure walking into the lights. Before disappearing entirely, it stopped and looked over its pointed, jagged shoulder, and I saw it smile again. Then it crouched down like before, and a mass of oozing, flopping flesh flew off it. And before I knew it, there was nothing more than a rabbit that quickly disappeared into the forest. I never stayed in the trailer alone again, afraid that the thing would come back. Nor had I gone into the woods alone at all, a topic that once fascinated me to no end. Skinwalkers are nothing more than a thing of my nightmares, but I will do anything to keep as far away from them as I can. The Thing by Dawn. This is one of many eerie things that I've had happen to me over the years. I am Native American and enjoy things like target practice, fishing, hunting since a young age. This happened when I was 12. My brother and his girlfriend, along with my friend John, all went out camping together out in the desert when we came. We joked around until about 9 at night, when all of us kind of just got quiet. We were beginning to feel watched, like someone in the distance was watching us very close. I know it's a cliched feeling to talk about, but when everyone you're with suddenly feels the same way, it's something you just can't ignore. And as a Native American, I believe in what my culture has told me, and with so many spirits and monsters in our folklore, it can get you feeling pretty paranoid. To make me feel a bit safer, I grabbed my Ruger 556 from the tent, and my brother and John did the same with their weapons. About an hour later, his girlfriend had to go to the bathroom, so she got up and went about 75 feet from the campsite. Keep in mind, we were in northwestern New Mexico, and there's tons of hills there, mesas and canyons too. She said she saw something she described as bizarrely a half man, half coyote, sitting on top of the hill, just watching her. So me, John, and my brother walked to where she said she saw it, and the creature was still there. Except now it wasn't sitting like she had described it. We were watching something that looked almost like a coyote, standing on 2 legs, trying to mimic a person. After a while, it got back down on all fours and ran, curious and perplexed, We followed it to a nearby canyon, where we soon lost sight of it. It was then, not knowing where it was, that we grew terrified. My brother and I knew what it could have been, but John, being of Mexican descent, wasn't sure. As we returned back to camp, all sets of our eyes glancing over our shoulders almost constantly, we explained to John and my brother's girlfriend what we believed it was. Of course, that would be a skinwalker. That night at the campsite, 2 of us stayed on guard at all times, while the others slept. The next morning, bright and early, we packed up and were ready to go. But I wanted to stop by where we saw that thing the first time, just to check something. Unfortunately, somehow that creature didn't leave any footprints, even though we were mere meters from where I was standing looking at the lack of footprints. I could see all of ours from last night. My recent encounter by LH16. I'm 17 years old. It was last month on the 30th, just 8 days after my grandmother passed away. I needed to go out into the woods to get some fresh air, specifically to a spot that I often walk to, for some alone time, and to smoke a little bit. I soon made it to the spot with my rifle by my left side. I pulled out my pipe, lighter, and my weed. I was about to load the bowl of the pipe when I suddenly heard something that weirded me right out. It was my grandmother's voice, and it was coming from behind me. I turned around quickly, putting my contraband in, thinking it was a game warden trying to catch some poachers, maybe even teasing me by mimicking an old lady's voice. But to my surprise, there she was, just standing there, staring at me, my mouth hung open. Who are you? I asked. She responded in my grandma's voice. It's me, your grandma. Don't you recognize me? I leapt for my rifle and chambered around. I said to it, my grandma isn't alive anymore. Then she smiled, revealing anger and sharp teeth and a mouth that nearly stretched from end to end up to her scalp. I was sweating, my arms shaking as I aimed the rifle at her. I took a nervous step forward, trying to be as intimidating as possible. And the creature that wasn't my grandma took a step back. It happened like this for about a minute. A step forward, a step back, until it began to disappear into the tree line. Before disappearing completely, it said one last thing to me, using a voice that only barely sounded like my grandma I know. I'll see you again, soon. After it left, I slowly and carefully headed back to my vehicle, trying to maintain my composure so that it didn't sneak up on me in a panic. When I made it back to my truck, I turned and looked at the tree line. And to my horror and disgust, I saw that smile on a face that was beginning to melt away, melting away the bits that looked like grandma. I closed the door of my truck, and I floored it down the dirt road. I think I encountered a skinwalker that day, and had I not been armed, I don't think I'd be around to share a story with anyone. Skinwalker on the Dirt Road by Haley Cheyenne Taylor. I live in a small town in Florida, where there isn't much more to do than riding around on dirt roads. It was around, I want to say, junior year of high school. Me and my old friend A were riding dirt roads one night. We were out late, maybe 1 or 2 a.m. So like I said, there's not much to do around here. We were coming around this corner in the road, and in my headlights, I saw someone standing in the ditch. Without thinking, I immediately put on the brakes and stopped my car. The person began to walk out into the middle of the road. Me and Dale were staring at me, perplexed. Why was someone out here so late, just wandering around on some random back roads? Then suddenly, something happened that made the two of us breathe in sharply together. We saw that this person was 7 feet tall. They were no person, because people don't have legs that look like a goat's. And the way its legs that were goat-like had no fur on them, just pale grayish-white skin. It was disgusting to me. The creature looked like a malnourished abomination, the way its bones protruded through the skin. It appeared as if it hadn't eaten in ages. It was nearing the edge of the road before it stopped to look directly at us. And in that moment, we made eye contact with it. It had the yellowest eyes you've ever seen. We stared it down as it walked into the woods, and when it finally disappeared out of view, I regained my composure, floored the gas pedal, and we raced home. To this very day, I couldn't tell you what the face looked like. The most I remember are those menacing eyes. It wasn't until last year around Halloween I started watching videos on YouTube, some of the fringe stuff about cryptids and whatnot, and I stumbled upon videos that gave me an idea of what I saw that night. Now, I also have a family who has Navajo heritage. When we went to visit them, I managed to get her to ask her older family members what they saw was a skinwalker. Before she finished my story, the man she was talking to asked about the eyes. He asked if they were yellow, and I remember very well that they were. Haunting of the Skinwalker by Caroline Chapel. I'll be perfectly honest, this was probably one of the weirdest things to ever happen to me. First of all, let me mention that we got the inspiration to go here, because my brother said it was the skulking grounds for a skinwalker. He said that he encountered one here once, and had even fired at it, though he claims bullets don't do anything to it. Now I live in a decent-sized town in Ohio. About 20 or 25 minutes away from our house is a stretch of road that's surrounded by woods. There's a few farms around there, but it's really just used for public hunting, as it floods horribly sometimes, and the city closes those roads with large metal gates. Alongside this road is a small cemetery called Timberline Cemetery. It's a tiny family plot, with the last grave being from the 1850s. The city still does maintain it, and all of the old headstones are gone now. So they, the city, put in one large headstone with all the graves listed there. It was down the path a little ways from this cemetery that my brother first encountered that creature. Anyway, my girlfriend and I were out there hanging around with our friend Jeremy. We decided to check out this cemetery and walk around for a little bit, seeing if we could creep ourselves out. Michaela, my girlfriend, is a big paranormal fan. She loves paranormal stories and the like, and she wants to see this thing my brother saw. But I'm not going to lie, I wanted to see it too, and so did Jeremy. We get to the tiny cemetery, pull off, and start to walk around. I've got anxiety. It tends to show up at annoying and often random times. But at that moment, I felt like I was being watched. I tried to swallow it down. Again, I knew I had anxiety problems, and maybe I was a bit excited at the time. Now, the path the hunters used here was pretty narrow, so we had to go on a single file line. With me in front, Jeremy in the middle, and Michaela in the back. The walk was pretty uneventful. All we saw was really fresh coyote poop. No big deal. As for coyotes, they usually don't bother me. But it was getting dark, and the path itself was full of holes, roots, and downed limbs. So we decided to just turn it around and go get some supper. After eating, Jeremy decided to go back to Hemlock. The pull-off is never closed, because the region is for public hunting. So we pull in when Jeremy gets out. Kayla and I stayed put though. The feeling of that place had completely changed from during the day. It was paralyzing, nauseating even, and I could barely breathe. It was just a feeling of pure evil. Suddenly, we saw Jeremy racing back to the car and jumping inside in a panic. We asked him what was wrong, and he said he felt something pull him into the cemetery. He fought himself away from its grasp and ran back to the car. He didn't have to say much more than that, but I was pulling out and speeding out of there as fast as I could. We're going back eventually, but not at night. Never at night. And we're definitely going to bring some sort of protection with us. I still want to see this thing. I just wonder if it was the creature my brother saw who attacked Jeremy. I wonder if it grows stronger at night. I wasn't scared, but I am now. By Bearbeard 822. I worked nights as an Asda partner. Asda is a member of the Walmart family here in the UK. Just a little background about myself before I get to the main events of that night. I'm 24 years old, living in Manchester in the UK. The job I work requires me to pull heavy pallets of beer, wine, and spirits from the warehouse to the shop floor and stock the shelves. It's certainly not the most glamorous job in the world, but at the very least, it pays the bills. In this job, I'm contracted to work Friday to Sunday. I should also mention I'm going to be joining the RAF soon, and will be using this job to get by while I train so I can pass fitness tests. Anyway, it was time to work my Friday night shift. I was on my way to work, traveling through the old reservoirs not too far from where I live. As I'm riding through this rocky dirt road that cuts through a densely wooded area between the middle of the bodies of water leading to the hill, I'm bracing my already aching legs, when I begin to get the feeling that I'm not alone out here, like someone is watching. You have no idea what their intentions really are. I've never been a run like a coward type of guy, so by the time I get through to the other side, I'm really wanting to know why I feel this way, and who might be watching me. So I stop at the bottom of the hill, partially to give my poor legs a rest, and to see what is watching me. Of course, the entire time I'm still feeling that familiar gaze, the gaze of the unknown, taking in my body at different angles. I park my bike. I walk over to an area where excess water runs off into the other reservoir. As I'm standing there, the sun is setting and glistening vibrant red and orange against the water, blinding me for a few seconds while my eyes scan the horizon and opposing tree line. I don't see anything. I must have stood there for maybe 10 minutes, all the while still feeling that feeling. Assuming after this point I'm going crazy and just feeling paranoid for no particular reason, I get back on my bike, and I proceed to agonize my legs and lungs with a 10-minute ride of what felt like a 45-degree angle, until I hit the flat ground at the top, where the road meets a park path to the left. I stop at a nearby bench for another breather. That park is mostly grass. Long and winding paths dot the area. It's a big cut through to multiple places, hence why I'm using it to get to work. It's 8:30 at that point, and I've got another 45-minute ride ahead of me to get to work. So I've got some time to sit there, reply to a couple of texts, and wait. Then comes that feeling again. It just falls over me like a veil. Behind me, about 50 feet off to the tree line, that's where I feel it coming from. I lit a cigarette and listened for a moment. I wanted to hear something, a noise, anything, because at this point it was making me mad. Whoever or whatever there was out there following me or watching me, they would know they were following the wrong guy. I took that final burning drag that stung my throat, and I was finished with my cigarette. I flipped it away, and I stood up, turning my face to that tree line. I still didn't see anything. but I could feel someone's eyes boring into the back of my head the moment I turned around. Either to soothe my paranoia or put a stop to this bullcrap, I began to walk over to those trees where I sensed it. And about 30 feet away from it, I could still only see darkness. It's already dark out now, with just the ambient light from the setting sky's twilight, only dimly lighting the darkening hall. I continued walking, staring into a bush, when I suddenly got a feeling that I should not be doing this, a feeling of regret that was growing with every step. Hairs on my neck were standing up, save for the hair on my arms and my head. I shook it off, as hard as it was to ignore. I quickened my pace. It was so fast, it happened in the blink of an eye, but at the same time it felt like an hour passed by. About 10 feet from the bush, my ears began to feel pressured, like they do when you're climbing a great altitude. But I was in a park in the middle of Manchester. Then, I watched the bush twitch for a minute. Fear kicked in, and I felt paralyzed. Something inside the bush chirped, then growled, and whatever it was black as night as it came out of the undergrowth. It had something in its dog-like maw. It was 4.5 feet tall, on all fours. Its eyes, my goosebumps act up writing this now. I feel like the hairs on my skin want to burst just thinking about it. Its eyes were red, and I don't mean bloodshot. I don't mean glowing from the light of the sky either. I mean they were red, with pinprick small pupils. Its arms were long and veiny, and its legs were massive and powerful. From what I saw next, its head darted up at me. Fight or flight kicked in, and I reached out to punch it right in the snout. But that didn't even seem to faze it. The creature stared and growled as I went to land a kick, and I screamed at the top of my lungs at it. It stood after a good belt to the face from a size 10 boot, and I kid you not, the creature was a foot taller than I was, and I was a little bit over 6 feet. The creature then dropped a gray cat from its mouth as it howled a gross gurgle that I can only assume was a mixture of pain from me hitting it, saliva, and fluids from the poor cat. It darted away from me. I don't freaking know why. It ran in the direction I came from. I felt woozy. I went for my bike. I sat on it for a moment, shaking and staring. It took me a moment to realize that creature had human hands. Needless to say, I wasn't going to be traveling that way for a while, because I don't want that thing to finish what it started. And after that, I rode home, calling in sick for the weekend. If anyone else in the Manchester area has seen something like this, or felt something strange in the woods, let me know. Because saying that I saw a skinwalker here in the UK sounds crazy. I Didn't Believe in Monsters by James David Dunn. I never really believed in monsters, but I always enjoyed reading about them. Even a couple of days before my camping trip, I was watching videos on 411 missing people. I guess the unknown and undiscovered really piques my curiosity. This particular experience happened back in 2015, when my two friends, Tony and Ryan, planned a spur-of-the-moment camping trip with me. We planned for the following weekend as we each had no plans of our own, so it sounded like a fun idea. We headed out late on a Friday evening to a spot a few hours from my house, through the canyon and into the mountains. This area of northern Colorado was known for its bears and mountain lions, but we weren't worried. We were 3 big guys, and 2 of us were bringing heavy firepower to deter any unwanted guests. We checked out a few locations when we neared the area we wanted to camp. A few spots were a bust with a lot of people out for the weekend. Luckily, though, we found a spot more secluded and set up camp. It was supposed to be nice and sunny out that weekend, but I had planned on jumping in the nearby lake. Rain clouds began to form in the distance, and the weather became clearer as night neared. We sat around the campfire, telling jokes, a few ghost stories, really having a blast, despite the weather. As it approached midnight, we called it go and put the fire out. Tony went to his two-man tent, and I went to the tin man tent that Ryan had set up. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, I passed out within minutes of my head hitting the pillow. It must have been 3 in the morning. I woke up with the urge to go to the bathroom. I crawled out of my sleeping bag. I found it hard to walk. I was stumbling around like a drunk, not being able to find my balance. I kind of found my composure for a moment and exited the tent. Once I began to move around in the pitch black, my vision began to sharpen again. Only it wasn't pitch black. It was more like gray, and my vision had become distorted like a bad television picture. With the strangest sensation, I stumbled forward, managing to alleviate myself against a nearby tree. I headed back to the tent when I was done, with an intense, eerie vibe taking hold of me. I woke the next morning, not really giving what had happened the previous night much thought. That was until Tony mentioned something around the breakfast campfire. He said the sensation of his balance had been taken from him when he exited his tent a few hours after heading to bed. He said it was the strangest feeling he had ever had. He hadn't drank any alcohol that night. I told him my story, concurring with that, but we both thought nothing of it. Probably just something we ate or just a one-off thing. Then we quickly focused on the day of fishing ahead. After spending the day at the nearby lake, we retired to our camp with our catch and prepared a nice fish fry. We sat around the campfire until close to midnight, then headed off to bed. After a few hours of sleep, I awoke with a sick feeling in my stomach. I was in disbelief, but I felt like I wanted to throw up. It made no sense. Why did I feel like this again? I decided to turn over and try to go back to sleep, trying to fight it. The feeling pestered me until I had to jump up and run out of the tent. Only I couldn't run. I stumbled around again in a peculiar fashion while trying to reach for the zipper on the tent. I fumbled with it, managing to get it open at last, and practically fell out of the tent. I staggered into the dark. I must have only gone 15 feet from it, finding a spot for me to spill my guts on the floor where nobody would see it in the morning. I was growing ever more aware of my surroundings as I kneeled through the dark. In between heaves, I managed to peer around into the darkness, feeling how lonely it was all of a sudden. Just then, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned in its direction, thinking I should keep an eye on it in case whatever it was came at me. Coming through the dark was the shape of a man. But I heard no snapping of twigs or branches, and the crunch of the forest floor below was absent.
Hey, James, are you okay?
He whispered out loud. My pounding heart finally relaxed a bit at hearing Ryan's voice coming towards me. Thinking that he heard me throwing up and came to check on me, I answered that I'd be fine, but I wasn't sure what had come over me. He crept closer until I noticed he had stopped probably 5 feet from me, and he whispered again,
Why don't you come over here?
I looked up again, after heaving once more, thinking to myself, what does he want? Can't he see I'm sick? Irritated, I shot at him, what? To which he responded,
Why don't you come over here?
Feeling disoriented, with my head pounding, I slowly got to my feet and began to head in his direction. That's when I realized I was heading away from the tent. I stopped and turned around, trying to find the outline of the tent in the dark. I then asked Ryan what was so important that he needed me over there, to which he responded again,
Why don't you come over here?
This better be good, I thought, as I begrudgingly began to head in his direction. I heard another voice call out, Hey Zach, where are you going? It was Ryan, except now his voice was coming from behind me. back in the direction which I realized was the tent. Confused, I turned towards the tent, and then back to where I had just seen Ryan standing. The outline of a man in the dark was gone now. Just trees and forest floors surrounded me. I picked myself up and ran in the direction of the tent, finding that my equilibrium had returned to me. The real Ryan asked me again where I had been going. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just said that I got turned around in the dark for a second. I went back to sleep, and I lay there, listening in the night, watching for shadows cast upon the thin nylon. I didn't see anything or hear anything else that night. I'm not sure what I encountered in the woods. I don't know if it was a hallucination from being half asleep and half awake, or my skinwalker trying to lure me off deeper into the woods. But what I do know is that if you're camping in the Rockies of northern Colorado, beware of your surroundings. Beware of where your friends are. Creatures I've Seen in the Desert, Part 1, from Philip S. It was during the summer of 2014. I was once again visiting my sister at her old house, a house in which I experienced some hauntings, but those are different stories. It took me a while to adjust being there, but as we began planning a camping excursion, I figured it would help me relax. We decided to go camping at a remote location, a little over 45 minutes away from the town, for a few days. It was a small forested area with a creek that runs through, which we camped next to. It was a very beautiful and peaceful place. But that would all soon change into horror, an experience that warped my mind. It happened on the first night at the campsite. My sister and I got into a sibling argument. Those with brothers and sisters would know what that's like. I don't even remember what we argued about. Probably over something dumb or stupid. I was still angry when everyone went to the tents to go to sleep, so I decided to go to bed in the truck. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling cold. I felt stupid over the fight, so I decided to go into the tent. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the truck door. As soon as I stepped 1 foot outside, I heard what sounded like sticks slapping. When I looked up with the flashlight, I saw what I thought was a deer about 15 feet away. This deer had yellow or light auburn, human-like eyes. Its back was arched, and its skin appeared to be sliding off of its body. Its feet were hooked, but it had hands in front, human hands. The skin color on the hands were light brown. I mentioned that the deer portion of its body looked like it was about to come off, but after seeing those hands, I could now see that it looked more like this thing had skinned a deer, and was now wearing the skin as a costume of some kind. It then started to stand up on its hind legs. This thing was so tall, like maybe above 8 feet. I'm a pretty short guy, only 5'4", so you can say this intimidated me. It then spoke, without even moving its mouth, and somehow it knew my name. Timberline. I swear, somewhere in that voice, there was something familiar about it. Something like my sister's voice. I was absolutely terrified, scared beyond belief. I dipped out of the truck while slamming the door behind me. I crawled into the tent, and I lay down. I was shaking, crying from the fear. The slamming of the door had awakened my sister, and when she saw me, she asked if everything was okay, while still half asleep. Yes, I said to her, as normal-faced as I could. but that was obviously a lie. She didn't see anything else, and then went back to sleep. But I could not. That voice was still in my head. Even typing this out, I remember the voice vividly. I did not see the thing for the rest of our stay, but I was still jumpy and on alert. When we went back to town, I talked with some of my native friends who are of Navajo descent about my experience. They say what I saw was probably a skinwalker. I was lucky that I didn't try anything harmful. They think it was just trying to scare me away. Maybe even get a kick out of freaking me out. Well, that worked like a charm, because I'm still scared. Creatures I've Seen in the Desert, Part 2, from Philip S. This one happened in the summer of 2017. It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and I was bored. I wanted to do something nice with my niece Chelsea, and my two nephews Justin and Greg. I asked them if they wanted to take the buggy out to the desert and hunt coyotes and rabbits. They said yes, so I asked my sister if that would be okay. She said that would be fine, and handed me her 308 to take with me. We got in the buggy and drove off. We drove for about half an hour and stopped in an open field of nothing but desert, with mountains in the distance. We got out of the buggy and began to walk for a few minutes, with the 308 strapped to my back. As we were walking, Chelsea asked if we could stop and see if we could find anything. We did, and I began to scan the area. I stopped at one point because something weird caught my eye. It looked like a tall and skinny, light black, or perhaps dark gray, rock on top of some other rocks. I remember saying, "That's a weird-looking rock." The kids wanted to see it too, so I helped them see it on the scope of the rifle. When I showed Chelsea, she began to shake violently. I asked her why she was shaking like that, and what she told me gave me chills big time. "Uncle, I don't think that's a rock." I was so confused, I asked her what she meant. "It's moving." I looked through the scope myself. What I saw put me into protection mode. It was moving. Long and sickly, skinny arms and legs stretched out like a person would do when they wake up. This thing was actually sitting, or perhaps sleeping on a pair of rocks, and it appeared to have just awakened. It was just a few hundred yards away. I told them we needed to go back to the buggy. I would be right behind them. My nephews were confused, and Chelsea began to cry softly. She begged me to come with them. I looked at her and told her to go ahead, that I needed to keep an eye on this thing. I was so scared for us, honestly, that I had to protect them. I looked through the scope again, while my hair stood on end. I was beginning to shake. This thing was facing me. It was standing up. I think it knew we were watching it. Its face literally looked like one of those close-up views of a cat's face from the cartoon Misadventures of Fat Jack. Same eyes and teeth. It let out a loud shriek. This sounded kind of like a mixture of animal and man. It saw me. I was sure of it then, and it began to run towards us. I fired. The bullet simply knocked me down, but it was already getting back up. I started to run. I saw the kids walking to the buggy, and I told them to run as well. We got in, and I drove fast, like a bat out of hell. We soon made it back to the house, and they ran out of the buggy, while I sat there in the driveway contemplating what just happened. They kept asking me what happened and if I was okay. I didn't say anything. I simply got out, and I hugged them while crying. I never thought something like this would actually charge me. I've seen weird crap, sure, but this felt different. My family had been in danger, and I felt at fault for it. I went inside the house and just dropped into the couch. I didn't want to see that thing again. If I did, I would have to try to destroy it. Camp Kanza creature attack. From Last Man Standing, 55. I've gone camping many times within the middle of rural Kansas with my scout troop. This particular trip was set in the outskirts of Hutchinson in a camp called Camp Kanza. We left Friday night and arrived at around 11:30 at night. A couple of people had arrived early to set up camp, but when we got there, there was only one tent set up. So it would have to be about another hour until we could go to sleep. While we were setting up our own tents, the woods were oddly quiet, and only the wind could be heard among the treetops. Needless to say, we were on edge that night. Fortunately, that first night, nothing happened. It wasn't until the second night that things began to go down. For context, I was in a 4-man tent with two of my friends, Matthias and Nathaniel. We fell asleep around 10:30 and slept rather nicely before Nathaniel woke up Matthias. I was asleep for about the first third of the encounter. Nathaniel then told Matthias that he saw a huge shadow walk by and brush against the tent. Now you may ask how he saw the shadow, but it was extremely bright outside due to the moon being full. They then began discussing what it could have been, when then the tent on my side began to cave in. As soon as Matthias put his flashlight on the spot he was caving in from, they saw that something was pushing the tent in, and the flashlight caused it to back away. This caused me to wake up. Of course, I wanted to know what was going on, and they told me that something was touching the tent, pushing it down on my side, and it had actually reached my face. So now I'm getting extremely anxious, and we hear a low snarl coming from outside the tent. We can hear it begin to circle us. And then we saw a silhouette when the figure passed between the moon and our tent. Whatever it was big. Thinking it was a person trying to mess with us, we yelled at them to screw off. But then it growled at us and tore claw marks into the side of the tent where the moon was, allowing us to get a clear look at the thing. When I first saw it, it looked like a dark mass with two glowing yellow eyes. But then it stood up and did one of those sort of bark, growl, mix noises, and it started to push down on top of the tent again in an attempt to get us to run out of the tent. But we didn't. Call me cowardly or whatever, but I dove back into my sleeping bag. In hindsight, that probably wasn't a good idea and wouldn't help keeping it away from us. However, Matthias was calling his dad to get us out of here. As soon as he hung up the phone, everything stopped. The pushing, the growling, all of it just ceased. We stared at each other for about 5 minutes when Matthias's dad came to see what all the fuss was about. We came rushing out to him and begged him to take us home. But he said it was too late at night. We'd have to tough it out until morning at least. We all groaned at this. We decided to sleep in his trunk for the night, throughout which we heard snarling and scratching noises around the truck. But eventually, that stopped too. When things got quiet, I finally got some sleep. In the morning, we had gone back to the campsite and found our tent torn to shreds, but most of the items were still intact, except for Nathaniel's bag, which had food in it, which was now torn apart with food scraps all over the place. But one thing stood out the most. A freaking entire dead coyote had been thrown into the fire pit. Disgusted at the sight, we packed up whatever we could and silently drove back home, never speaking the whole way back. I'm still extremely scared of what happened. As a matter of fact, I'm writing this directly after I got home from this nightmare of a trip. I don't think I'll ever be camping in Kansas ever again. Who knows what's hiding in the shadows out there, waiting for night to fall to make itself a meal out of some campers. Possible skinwalker from Mesa. I grew up in a house that was tucked into the woods. We even had our own street name for our driveway. It was fairly secluded. Well, as kids, we grew up in the woods behind our house, because our favorite thing to do was play in the bluffs, dig caves. We would make our own clubhouses and climb trees from sunup to sundown. It was me, my 3 brothers, and my older sister. We hardly ever separated from each other, but on that day, my stepbrother decided he wanted to go home early to play Super Nintendo. We didn't think anything of it. We had just gotten a game system and we fought over it constantly, so he took the opportunity to get it to himself. We told him to just be careful. The sun was setting at the time. About 15 minutes later, we hear a voice in the distance. It was faint at first, and it was coming from the opposite end of the woods that my brother left from. It suddenly became clear that it was his voice, but he was shrieking for help. And as the voice moved closer, we could make out words. "Help me! It's me, Ryan!" We all looked at each other in disbelief, and something told us that this was not, in fact, Ryan. Must have been our immediate gut instinct. My older brother told us to run, now. We ran as fast as we could back to the house to get help. As soon as we got into the house, we saw our brother Ryan playing Super Nintendo, like he said he would. There was no possible way for him to beat us back to the house before we could get there, while yelling from the opposite direction into the woods. We were terrified and avoided going in the woods after that. That wasn't Isabella. From XXDXX. It was June 2019. Me and my best friends, Isabella and Elizabeth, were very close and still are today. I'd even say we're like sisters. The story I'm about to tell you was one of the most confusing and scary experiences of my life. It was June, and school had just let out for the summer. All 3 of us girls were hanging out in Bella's room, talking about what we do for the summer. Bella and Liz lived in a more rural and secluded area, so their house was the only house for a while. Liz and Bella's parents were out of town at the time, and so their older sister, who we'll call Hannah, was watching over them. Hannah was out with her boyfriend and wouldn't be back until late. We had a hard time trying to come up with ideas to keep ourselves entertained, so we decided to take a break, and we went downstairs to the living room to just watch TV. Bella was sitting on the couch watching The Vampire Diaries, while me and Liz were making something to eat for lunch. We were getting hungry. I think we decided on mac and cheese with turkey and cheese sandwiches. Around a crazy 4 hours later, after we had gotten bored of binging episode after episode, we went to the kitchen to clean up our mess, wash our dirty dishes and such. I told my friends I was a little tired, so I was going upstairs for a nap. They said okay, so I got a glass of water and headed upstairs to Bella's room to sleep. I fell asleep almost instantly. I was so tired from the lack of sleep I'd been having. It was 9:40 p.m. when I woke up to a slight knock on the bathroom from the level below me. Isabella's house was 3 stories, with her bedroom being a loft-type room, which made up the entire 3rd story. The second floor, which was right below from the floor I was sleeping on, consisted of Liz and Bella's parents' room, Liz's room, and their bathroom, and finally the main floor, which was their living room, dining room, kitchen, laundry room, and second bathroom. The knock that I heard woke me up from my nap, and I jumped up a little because the knock had frightened me. I think it was just because it was so sudden, and because I was tired. I then thought it was probably one of my friends, so I shrugged it off, and got up off the futon to get a drink of my water, which was sitting on the dresser. Once that was done, I went to the bathroom. I walked downstairs to the second level, and slowly opened the bathroom door, still rubbing my eyes. I was still tired. I looked for the light switch and flipped it on so I could see. Then I used the restroom. After I got done, I walked over to the sink to wash my hands. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw a dark shape of what looked to be Bella. I was a bit creeped out, because she was just standing there in the dark hallway facing toward her sister Liz's room, not moving or speaking at all. I turned off the faucet, and I turned around to face my presumed friend, and began walking toward her. As I walked, I was still creeped out, but the only thing I could think was maybe she had fallen asleep downstairs and that I was sleepwalking. I said to her in a soft and low voice, "Bella?" She turned her head toward me very awkwardly fast, and I immediately stopped walking. Now, I was a little more than just freaked out then. When I saw her face, I didn't see the face of my best friend, at least not the correct version of it. The face on this person had gaunt cheekbones with pale skin. The skin wasn't totally white, but extremely ghastly pale. The eyes were glowing yellow, and the face overall was just bony and taut. Its hair was all tangled and untidy, and way darker than Bella's hair. It starts to do this evil-looking smile at me. When I saw the teeth of it, they were disgustingly yellow and oddly sharp, same for the nails on its hands. They weren't too long, but they were still yellow and pointed. I didn't know what this thing was supposed to be. This thing that was supposed to look like my best friend. Suddenly, it sort of skittered into Liz's room. I took the chance to sprint downstairs, yelling for the rare versions of my friends. I run down into the living room, seeing the two sisters hop off the couch, running across the living room to me, wondering what in the world was wrong. I was so shaken up from what happened that I couldn't speak, so Liz took me to sit on the couch to calm down, while Bella went to the phone in the hallway to call Hannah and tell her that something had happened. Liz leaves me on the couch to go to the fridge in the kitchen and gets me some orange Fanta with some ice. While all this is going on, I try to listen over the sounds of clinking glass cups to what Isabella is telling Hannah over the phone. I couldn't hear what she was saying, though. Liz rushed back into the living room and handed me the glass of soda, but I set it on the table. I almost spilt it because my hands were still so shaky. Bella comes hurrying back into the living room shortly after her sister. They were just sitting there looking at me. I assumed it was because they were waiting for me to tell them what happened. I began to explain what I saw upstairs, but they didn't believe me. They were trying to explain away why I would have seen something like that, like it could have been my clonidine. But I explained to them that in the 8 years I've been taking those pills, I've never once had that kind of side effect. They ran out of logical explanations as to what it might have been, so they gave up, and just kept telling me it wasn't real. Pretty soon, Hannah came flying through the door with her boyfriend and into the living room where we were. She asked what happened, and when I told her, she didn't seem to believe me either. But then she stood up from where she was kneeling in front of me and told me, "Hold on." She then took her boyfriend upstairs, and you could hear them walking around upstairs where Liz's room was. Shortly after, they came back down. Hannah came up to me and hugged me, saying it's okay. She pulled out her phone and said that it was late and time to go to bed. After what just happened, I didn't want to sleep at all. Hannah told us, "You girls can sleep on the couch if you want to, and we can sleep on air mattresses down here." We all agreed with Hannah's suggestion, and so we went and got everything set up. I fell asleep pretty fast. There weren't any more noises or anything like that the rest of the night. The next morning, I had Hannah drive me home because I didn't want to stay another night in that house. I've kept this experience to myself, and I haven't been back to their house ever since. I'm still close to Liz and Bella to this day, but we never talk about that night. I know they still don't believe me, and you might not either, but I'm still sharing my story because I know what I saw. I know that what I saw was not Isabella. Unexplained creature in the desert of Arizona. From Miguel 666. I'm a 21-year-old guy from Denmark. Back in 2017, I was going on a road trip vacation in the United States. We started out in Las Vegas, where my mom was visiting an old woman she lived with for a year back when she was 16 and an exchange student. We then drove to LA in Arizona, followed by New Mexico, Texas, and finally Louisiana. I owned and I was very into scary stuff. I was especially into cryptids and unexplained creatures, which I was teased for by my sister and her boyfriend. When we were driving through the deserts of Arizona, my dad had to have a smoke, and we needed to stretch our legs. We got out of the car, and my dad began smoking. We looked around, trying to pass the time. Out of nowhere, my sister speaks up. "What is that?" and pointed toward the desert, where we immediately noticed a lion-sized, totally black cat. And I'm not talking like a normal black panther. This creature was so dark and black, it seemed to absorb the light around it, like a shadow. It was just walking. It had a really long and thick tail, and it walked so freaking weird, like it was a robot. Just totally stiff legs. It noticed us watching it, and froze for a moment, before turning its head really fast and staring at us. It turned its body then without moving its head, and started walking in our direction. I said to everybody that we should probably get back in the car and get moving. I wasn't going to stay around for that thing to reach us. My family quickly agreed, so we hurried to get back in the car to take off. For the rest of the trip, my sister's boyfriend and my sister didn't tease me about unexplainable creatures anymore. We were really creeped out by this thing. During the ride, I started to Google some things about animals that lived in Arizona, and I couldn't find anything about huge felines that are solid black living anywhere around here, let alone any animal that looked exactly like that anywhere in the world. I still think about this a lot to this very day, and I've never found an answer to what it was out there. What could it be? This creature, as large as a lion, blacker than black, with an overly long and thick tail. You tell me. Theater creature from Texas. This story happened to me and a friend of mine back in our sophomore year of high school, which was 9 years ago. We lived in a small town in West Texas of about 1,500 people. The town used to have some small amenities, like a rec center, auto parts store, and a movie theater. All have now been shut down and are slowly falling apart. As kids, we would go into the old movie theater through either the door out back or the rooftop entrance from the ladder to the side. The back door went straight into a big room full of costumes that is behind the stage of the theater. Movies were played as well as acts that must have been done before I was born, knowing the theater was only open for a very short period after I had moved into town. I've never had any strange occurrences during the few times I've been there, until that day in particular. After that, I stopped going back to the theater entirely. Me and my friend had gone through the rooftop entrance and made our way to the overhead balcony, overlooking the stage and rows of chairs. The chairs that led down from where we were into the lobby area, where you could buy tickets before entering the theater. The stairs were full from top to bottom of old glassware like cups and plates. We used to take a box or two up to the top balcony and throw them across the theater, listening to them break. Don't worry, this place had long been abandoned. No one was coming back for any of this stuff. The only light source in that place was whatever flashlights we had brought. Otherwise, it was pitch black in here. That day, as we threw the plates and cups across the theater, hearing them break and shatter, we had heard something else across the theater by the stage. Knowing it's a small town, we chalked it up to raccoons or a cat that may have made this place its home, so we shined the light. But we didn't see anything out of the ordinary. We continued to throw the plates, and we heard the noise again. This time it was a bit louder. We shined the light once more, scanning our way up to the stage, where we were mortified to see three strange creatures. Even now, I've got no explanation for what they were. In the face, they looked like human women, with rough-looking hair down to their shoulders. They were crouched over on the stage, with wings protruding from their backs. In the light, their skin was gray. Our flashlight beam gave us away immediately. They started to scream this high-pitched squeal and proceeded to stand up. We immediately took off to the ladder, heading back up to the roof entrance. We weren't falling, but it was enough to make me stay out of there to this day. Many people in our town claim to be followed at night by strange creatures called machusas, or witchbird. I've never seen the creatures again, and hope I never do. It doesn't make me feel good. I just don't want to be put in that position of being outnumbered by something I couldn't explain, let alone could only see with a flashlight beam. The Noise, from Kelby L. This happened to me and my friend Corey. We both live in southern Ohio. We one day decided to go into the woods with a BB gun to try to shoot some stuff. We were just a couple of little kids, 12 or 13 years old. We walked into the woods about half a mile or so, enjoying each other's company, joking around like friends do. At one point, we stopped to take a break, sitting down on a big log. We were talking about video games, girls, and whatnot, when we began to hear something walking around. We look around and see nothing there, but the walking kept on going, until it stopped like whatever was walking was surprised to see us, which freaked us out because we couldn't see it or them. This wasn't all. There were no leaves or vegetation on anything, so we could see about 100 yards in any direction. Yet still, we could not see what was making the walking sound. I grabbed a stick and threw it, just to make some noise, to see what the thing would do. It then began making these small jumping sounds, like a squirrel or something. Still, we couldn't see it. Right when we were about to ignore it, or forget it, this ungodly roar, and I mean roar, came bellowing out at us. It was so loud and deep, it rattled my chest. I could feel it deep within my bones. Each roar lasted a good few seconds. We jumped up immediately and began scanning the area, shaking like crazy, but still not seeing anything. This creature kept coming though, roaring and roaring at us so loud and deep, it felt like it was messing with my heartbeat. My friend and I looked at each other and ran. Whatever it was, I don't think a BB gun was going to do much to it. We ran all the way back half a mile to the safety of the electric fence. The entire time, we could hear it following us. Though the roar grew louder and the creature drew closer, we never saw hide nor hair of it. Luckily, we made it home just fine. We talk about this crazy experience from time to time. We joke about one day going back in the woods with a lot more weapons and finding that creature that made the sound. But truthfully, I'm too scared to do that. I've only been in the woods maybe 2 or 3 times since then. And because of this experience, I always felt watched and creeped out. And that's my story of the roaring thing that sounded like it was right in our face, yet could not be seen. Nowadays, I regret never looking up in the trees. That's the only place I didn't think to look. I was chased by a skinwalker from that one Texan. This happened when I was 12. My best friend and I had incredibly active imaginations, and the woods behind his house were the perfect playground. His family owned 3 acres of land in Decatur, Texas, and his house sat in the very front of their property. Their backyard had a creek and a deep drainage ditch running through it. The ditch was perpendicular to the creek. The creek itself made a 90-degree turn into their yard, pointing away from the house, and a 15-foot cliff overlooked the bend. And let's call my friend Joe for anonymity's sake. Joe and I would play in the ditch, rain or shine, with his airsoft rifles, pretending to be World War I soldiers, Indiana Jones, or space troopers conquering an alien world. We would follow the creek back into their property, deep into the woods. Joe's parents never had an issue with this because we knew the woods like the back of our hands, and Joe had a walkie-talkie he used to talk to his parents. We would play in the woods all the way to the barbed wire fence that served as the property line. Those woods were basically our second home, and we would camp in them almost every time I would spend the night. One summer day, I was having a sleepover at Joe's house, and we were planning on camping in the woods. We were super excited for the night, because Joe's parents were letting us set up our tent across the creek back in the tree line. We were never allowed to do this before, because there were bobcats and coyotes in the woods, and his parents were afraid that we could get ourselves hurt. This day in particular was mild for a Texas summer day, and we spent the whole day outside, playing in the woods. We had eaten dinner and got our tent set up and ready to go, but we still had a couple of hours left of sunlight. We planned on spending them all in the woods playing. Around 8:45 p.m., the sun began to set, and soon we were back at the property line. We decided to head back then. It usually took us about 15 minutes to walk back to the creek, but we took far longer than that, because we had never been in the woods at night before. Before long, it was dark out, and we began to realize our mistake. We stumbled through the woods, tripping over tree roots, our airsoft rifles, and thorn bushes. We were about 100 yards from the tent and crossing the creek when we heard a sound. We stopped in the water, listening closely. The only sounds were crickets chirping, frogs croaking, and the water trickling over stones. I suddenly realized I was shivering, even though it was still 90 degrees out and incredibly humid. Something just felt off, and I couldn't put my finger on it. As Joe and I began walking towards the shore on the other side of the creek, we heard a scream. I started shivering again, and Joe stared at me. We knew what bobcat screams sounded like, but this sound was like nothing else we had ever heard before. It was both high-pitched and deep, and throaty at the same time. But the worst part was that it was close, very close. Joe looked at me and said, "I'm scared. Let's run to the tent. I can see it over there." I nodded, and we started to sprint through the dark woods. As we were breaking through a bush, we heard something big splashing in the creek, and another blood-curdling scream cutting through the still night air. The sound startled me, and I lost my footing on a tree root. I crashed to the ground, smacking my shin on a rock. Joe kept running, not realizing that I'd fallen. I sat and saw something that I'll never forget. A dog was looking at me through a bush. At first, I thought it was a coyote, until I saw that its eyes were bright yellow, and it was the size of a small horse. I began to crawl backwards, keeping eye contact with the beast the whole time. I stared into those bright, intelligent eyes, and I could tell that it was amused by my show of fear. I slowly stood up and kept backing away, absolutely terrified. The creature chucked, turned around, and disappeared into the brush. I immediately turned and sprinted to the tent, scared to my very core. Joe and I sat in the tent and sobbed for close to an hour before working up the courage to run 50 yards up the hill to his house. I don't know how, but we fell asleep that night, and I remember getting up to get a glass of water, hearing that haunting scream again. Joe still lives in that house, and every once in a while he hears strange sounds and sees strange things. A few months ago, he and his father found a dead buck in the creek. It had been shredded, and there's no way a cougar or coyote pack did it. The poor thing had been torn apart. The most disturbing part of the spectacle was that something had taken a massive bite out of the deer's chest, devouring the heart. Every time I go back into those woods, I get chills, and Joe and I always triple check that all the doors and windows are locked before going to sleep. That wasn't the last time I had a run-in with the skinwalker, but I'll have to share that another time. I truly hope that you never have to experience what I did that night in the woods. Backpacking in Wyoming, from Alexandria. When I was around 23, my good friend and I went backpacking near the South Platte River in Wyoming. As most people know, the wilderness is no place for an inexperienced hiker like myself. So my friend came along, armed with a handgun big enough to hurt any creepy people lurking in the wilderness, or any random bears. So then we hit some back roads and dirt trails. We ended up stopping at a camping spot that hunters would use. There were signs like meat pokes and such. We park and look around for any old deer tracks, and we find tracks leading to a hollow just a few yards away. We give each other a glance and grab our bags for the walk ahead. Soon we find ourselves in the brush, and I'm worried about ticks when we hear howls, and I glance up to notice a now very still friend. Once, before I could say another word, the air around me is filled with this pungent smell of elk. To me, it was like heavy pee mixed with a soppy, muddy smell. Then the sounds around us erupted into a symphony of breaking trees, which nearly sounded like thunder. My friend suddenly pushes me into the brush. Apparently, we had unknowingly walked into a herd of elk. One of the elk, a female, came right at us. My friend fired his gun in a panic, missing the elk. But once it broke through the brush, the elk ran right past us. There was something weirdly wrong with it. I'm not sure if my friend fainted or may have hit his head, but he was blacked out. I did my best to drag my unconscious friend up the hill to safety. On top of the hill, I got a good look at the elk down below. They were all standing motionless and staring at us through the trees. This was a bit unsettling. My friend woke up pretty quickly, especially after a splash of water I had. "You alright?" I couldn't take my eyes off the elk while I asked him this. I was afraid that if I did and I looked back, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore. The Yeah. Wait, how? Where are we? Did you see that man? His voice stammered, and then his eyes looked toward the elk below. I looked at his face, then slowly back to the elk. They all seemed taller than normal, almost hidden in the trees. The air felt wrong too, sickly almost. You could smell rotten meat. It made me yak from that pungent smell. I remembered that smell from before. We need to leave. His voice was short. I helped him up, and we headed out of the brush, but we stopped when we heard the pained huff of an elk behind us. My friend insisted that I do not turn around. Instead, the two of us tried our best to run. But as we started to run, I grew curious, too curious, and I turned around for a look. It was the same female. Her hair looked like it was all mangy, and her skin and fur seemed to be falling or melting off. There were holes in her ribs where you could see bones. It huffed again, but the huff sounded like a scream. I turned to take off running, but my friend was nowhere to be seen now. I broke through the brush and came down hard on my knees, having fallen to the ground. My eyes were burning in the back of my skull. But then I heard a voice coming from the direction of the elk. It sounded close, and I could smell that same rot coming from it. Child, don't fear. I didn't dare turn around. I did not want to know who was speaking those words. Alex! Someone called out. I opened my eyes, and a truck flew in front of me. Soon after, another scream came from behind me. I turned to see the elk again, and behind it were red eyes in the bushes. The other supposed elk. I heard voices, multiple voices from every direction now, all saying the same thing. Stay. The truck door opened suddenly. My friend grabbed me by the shoulder and basically threw me in the truck. We tore out of that place, but the images, the sounds we experienced there, they still haunt me very much as they confuse me. Those red eyes, those horrible, tortured faces of the elk. Remember when my friend asked me if I saw that man? Well, I later figured out what he was talking about. After he saw the female elk coming at us, he apparently saw a tall, horrid-looking man. He said that his face was gruesome. Flesh from his face was falling off. Eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Eyes that looked to be dipped into a fiery red. And turns out he had fainted. After seeing the man, he blacked out and had dreams of these elk devouring me at the spot where I tripped, tearing me to shreds, and then feasting on each other. He said he could hear a chant like song. We still hike, and I do have my own gun now to protect me. But just in case, I've got some backup holy one, if I can reach it in time.
Number 1. Navajo Skinwalker in Colorado. Submitted by Hunter L. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and forest surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her, and after a few minutes of idle conversation, I headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get set up for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted, like if you recorded the howl and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. That's how it sounded. It was very creepy, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, assuming it was some animal I wasn't accustomed to. Soon the sun began to set, and I was exhausted at the time, partly from the really long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, but again I brushed it off, telling myself it was just weird to sleep in an unfamiliar place, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 10 in the morning, feeling really well rested, and I looked through my window. I could see that it had gotten foggy, as there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees outside, and it was raining too, heavily. It was a bit difficult to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water outside. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a note on the table. According to the note, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma, and that they'd be back in a couple of hours. So I settled with eating some frosted flakes. I was sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window, watching the rain and fog roll in. Then again, I heard that eerie howl, the same howl from the night before. It was so slow and thick, so deliberate. As that happened, I noticed a figure creep forward through the fog. Of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick. I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window, and I could barely make it out. But it looked like a dog or a wolf, almost anyway. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with this animal, suddenly hit me. Slowly as the form of this thing came through the fog, I realized why I was feeling that way. The creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs, I thought. I was shocked and confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted, bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Of course, up here by the cabin, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around, and on its 2 hind legs, sprinted. In moments, it disappeared into the thick fog. As it turned around, though, I could see that it had no tail. Literally no tail, like it was ripped off or never there. The moment I snapped myself out of that trance, I instantly ran back to my room, shutting and locking the door. I hopped on my laptop, trying to Google and find out exactly what I saw. When my family finally got back, around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents would never believe me anyway. She was part Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker. Supposedly, it's a shape-shifting spirit, or witch, that takes the form of animals in order to harm people. However, it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. When we left 3 days later, I was happy to get out of those foggy woods. After researching the legend of the skinwalker further, I honestly believe that that is what I saw. So to all of those listening, be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I met that creature outside of that cabin, I don't think I'd be here to share this story. Number 2. Creature, submitted by Brianna. I live in a little town in New Mexico. This town is surrounded by dirt roads, dairies, and fields. There is a state park about 10 to 15 minutes outside of town. One day, my boyfriend and I were at this park. It must have been around 3 in the morning. We didn't really have anywhere else to hang out, so we would often go there to have some private time. We were about to leave, and we came up to this little intersection where the entrances were, and we see a vehicle turning in. So we sat and waited for the vehicle to pass, but the closer it came, the slower it got. It was a bit unnerving. I was getting nervous because we do have gangs out here. As the car approached, we noticed that the driver was an old lady. She was a tiny thing with curly white hair. And this is when things got weird. Remember, she's going very slow, so we got plenty of time to soak in this image of the lady. As she passed, she turned her head towards us. Her eyes were solid black. I swear to God, there were no whites to her eyes. Not like empty sockets, but as if she had black eyeballs, or maybe like each eye was just one solid pupil. We both froze as she slowly drove past. All the while, we were both filled with fear and dread. I'm not sure what we saw, but there were so many unanswered questions. Why would a little old woman be at the park 15 minutes outside of town at 3 in the morning? What was she doing there? Why was she driving so slow and just staring at us the whole time? We were very weirded out, and we started questioning what we saw, making excuses that we were just maybe tired, even though we both know what we saw. Well, a few months later, we drove out to the dirt roads to get away for a little bit. The sun was just setting. I knew we should have went home as soon as it got dark, but we decided to park and chill out. Suddenly, we both saw something out of the corner of our eyes. Instantly, we both jerked our heads around to see what it was. It was humanoid in shape, dirty with very long legs, but it ran on all fours. It looked more like a person trying to run on all fours, because when it ran, it just didn't look right. At an unnatural speed, it ran into the field next to us, and in a split second, it was gone. We were both so freaked out by this experience that we started the car and left immediately. New Mexico has many stories about skinwalkers, but I never really paid attention or tried to believe those stories. I thought it was just native superstition. But when we mentioned these stories to a couple of friends, they all began to open up about the weird things they've seen out on those dirt roads. After hearing those stories, after what we saw those nights, we have not been out driving like that again in a while, because now it just seems too dangerous. Who knows what those fields are hiding? Based on the stories of the skinwalkers, I believe either of these sightings could be those menacing eyes of the old woman. It could have been a skinwalker wearing the skin suit of an old lady. Anyway, we're definitely not going to take any more chances out there. The last thing I want is to be out in the forest alone as something watches me through the brush. Number 3. My disturbing drive from Florida to Ohio. Submitted by Eon. I'm a Marine, and I just recently got back from Japan, as I'm being reassigned for recruiting duty. Upon my arrival back stateside, I found out I had to go to my next station early. Oh, there's nothing like hearing bad news right off the bat. Well, anyway, I live in the Orlando-Tampa area of Florida, and I had a long drive ahead of me to reach my destination, so I went ahead and got on the road. Later that night, I had been on the road all day, going up I-95 north, when I merged onto I-77 north. By the time I drove into Charlotte, North Carolina, it was getting dark fast, and I was completely exhausted. I was seriously considering pulling over to get a little bit of shut-eye, when, out of nowhere, I saw the most terrifying thing. In front of me, right in my headlights, something darted in front of my vehicle. I slammed on the brakes immediately, and my car came to a stop. Whatever it was seemed to stop for a moment, before continuing to cross the road. During this quick moment, I was able to gather many details about this creature. It was inhumanly skinny and lanky, and its skin was hairless and pale. All in all, the thing was humanoid in shape. Well, before I even knew what I was doing, I got out of my car, still worried that I almost hit a person, and I watched this thing dart into the woods on the other side of the interstate. The most chilling part of this, though, was when it stopped on the other side, just to look back in my direction, to let out this ear-piercing scream, or howl, I don't know which. To my astonishment, it was met with a reply on my side of the interstate, in connecting woods. Something on the other side, another of its kind, had let out another scream in reply. So basically, alone in the dark on the side of the road, I was surrounded by these things. Without wasting any more time, I jumped back into my car and I booked it out of there. I'm currently sitting in a hotel room at the Super 8, about 12 miles from where I had encountered this thing. And I can leave you with this. My time in Afghanistan was far less frightening than the sound that this creature emitted. I swear to God, for the rest of my time alive on this planet, I hope I don't see this thing again. Number 4. Rock Throwing Skinwalker. Submitted by Colton. I'm Native American from the Navajo tribe, and this story took place when I was about 5 years old. I'm from Utah. My grandma lives in New Mexico, so from time to time we would visit her and have cookouts and whatnot. To set up where this takes place, my grandma has 2 plots of land that she used to live between during different seasons. She had a home in the desert beneath a mountain, and another within the mountain that requires a truck to get to, and which happened to be a hogan from when my grandma was a child. This time of season, she lived up in the mountain, which is between spring and summer. Up in the mountain is lush with foliage and a dark forest that would make daytime look ominous. My parents would run to town to help her run errands and buy supplies that she needed. This time they left around 4 in the afternoon and said they would be back very late. To give an idea of how far we were from the nearest city, Shiprock if you're wondering, it would take around 2 hours to go down the mountain and drive to the city. We already expected them to be back late in the night. In my family, I'm the baby. I have my parents, my eldest sister, my older brother, and my other sister. And the team that went down to the city was my older brother and my other sister. The ones that wanted to stay up in the hogan were my eldest sister and my cousin and me. So that'll give you some idea of who was there and where we were. It's around 9 p.m. that night, and we're sitting in the hogan doing nothing because it's a moonless night outside, and it's pretty terrifying when you're 5 years old, and literally the only light is from a gas lantern. Suddenly, the dogs start barking at something. Soon this escalates to the sound of them fighting something, as if they were trying to defend themselves or fend something off. From the sound of the dogs fighting and whimpering, my sister is trying to see what's happening from the only window in the hogan, but of course she can't see anything. It's just that dark. My cousin and I are scared out of our minds because this never happened before. The dogs may bark or growl, but they never sounded so freaked out. They were acting like their lives were in danger, and even scarier after all the fighting. There was complete silence. After a couple of seconds, we heard what sounded like rocks being thrown at our little hogan. We began to panic because something got rid of the dogs and is now coming after us. My cousin lives in this hogan with my grandma, and they knew that a revolver was hiding in her drawer with her clothes. He tells my sister to grab it and tells her how to load it and arm it. What we were planning to do was to run from the thing and flee to our relative that lives across this 200-yard field of dirt and knee-high grass in a moonless night. I just remember thinking how terrible of a plan that was, like it was some sort of situation right from a horror movie. I completely remember that feeling of sheer terror the moment we opened that door, only to be met by pitch blackness outside. My sister, armed with a revolver, followed up behind us, while my cousin with a bat led us. So we sprint outside, like a bunch of bats out of hell, and I'm trying to keep up and not lag behind, but it's hard. I don't remember running 200 yards so fast, but being a panicking 5-year-old kid, thinking he's about to be pounced on by some creature, probably helped me across the way. Thankfully, we arrive at my relative's house, and of course he's really mad that we're there so late, and he notices my sister with the gun. Long story short, she gets scolded for having the gun out and armed with kids around. He takes the gun and fires 3 times in the air and walks back to the hogan. He stays with us until my parents come back. That's the most I can remember, and I know a lot of other creepy stuff happened at my grandma's, but that was by far the scariest, because who wants to run through an open field with the feeling of something chasing you? The next day when we checked on the dogs, or what was left of them, we saw a very disgusting sight. Something had killed them. Whatever that thing was, it finished off the dogs and began to throw rocks at our hogan. I can only believe that it was trying to lure us out, which it successfully did, but I have no idea why it didn't attack us, because it literally had us in the palm of its hand. Number 5. Hunted, submitted by Justin. My friends and I love paranormal stuff, and we love being scared. We practically study this stuff. So by now we know about wendigos, skinwalkers, and many other demons. But until this one night, we never really knew what being scared meant. That night was about 3 weeks ago, when me and my friends decided to go into the forest in my backyard. There were 3 of us, me, T, and Josh. They were staying the night at my house when Josh came up with the idea to go for a walk in the woods. This was surprising to T and I, as he was usually the one that was scared. He said it'd be fun to try to creep ourselves out in the dark. We agreed and got some flashlights, then headed out in my backyard. Now, in my backyard, there was no fence separating the forest. The forest was huge, and I still haven't seen the end of it from my usual walks, and that's even during the daytime. We all walked close together for about 5 minutes, when things started to happen. All of our flashlights began blinking and then just shut off. This couldn't have just been the batteries, because it happened at the same time. Well, what the heck? We heard Josh say. Then he just took off back to the house. Oh my God, Josh, I said under my breath. Suddenly a twig snapped behind us. I turned toward it, trying to turn my flashlight on again, but nothing happened. T stepped closer to me, as we both stared into the dark forest in silence. I wanted to run, but something held me back, maybe a morbid curiosity. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but soon I could see what made that twig snap. It was a tall creature with a hunched back. The ribs of this beast were showing, with flesh hanging from it. The head was of a deer skull, and instantly I knew what this might be. Perhaps a skinwalker or wendigo. It was like seeing something straight from your nightmares, something so real that you deny that you're seeing it. It was there, so vivid. I'll never forget the sight of it. Honestly, things like wendigos and skinwalkers and creatures like that, they were just stories before. But now the story came to life before me, and I was scared for my life. I nearly screamed at the sight of it, but I tried to hold it in, trying not to make eye contact with it. I whispered to T, "You need to run as soon as I do." I was far from sure of myself, but I thought maybe we could run fast enough to get back to my house before it got to us. So I bolted. T took off right toward the house, but my plan was to cut off in a different direction before I headed home. That way at least one of us could make it. Not too long after that, though, I began to hear footsteps behind me, and my heart began to race. As those footsteps caught up to me, I turned to face my fate. But there was Josh with a different flashlight. I'd never been more thankful to see him. "Holy crap, dude, are you okay?" he asked me. "Man, we saw something." The look on his face said he didn't completely believe me, but he replied to me, "I just came back to look for you guys, to make sure you're okay." Still completely terrified, I looked back deeper into the forest behind me, when an ear-piercing screech broke through the air. I wanted to just be home. I've never heard anything like this before, and it sent chills down my body. Josh and I ran as fast as we could towards T in the house, but whenever we looked behind us, we heard footsteps coming from something else. We just kept running as fast as we could, with something trailing close behind us, when suddenly my head caught an overhanging branch, and it knocked me to the ground. Josh mustn't have seen, because he just kept running. I lay there on the forest floor, scared, tired, and now in pain. I was too afraid to look behind me. I just knew that I would see that thing standing over me, waiting to kill me. Thankfully, the next thing I saw was T running through the bush back towards me. He actually came back for me. Before I could be filled with hope, though, T stopped in his tracks before he could reach me. He knelt down and he didn't once take his eyes off of something behind me. His eyes were so wide and his mouth was open. What was he seeing? He looked so scared. It was almost more terrifying than actually seeing this thing, just knowing that it was right behind me. Then those same footsteps that were following us before, I heard them again, but this time, they were walking away. I wanted to survive this. This was my chance. I got up and I sprinted to the house, T just barely in front of me. The whole way there, we didn't see or hear anything else. When we got back to the house, Josh was waiting at the back door, with his head barely poking out of it. I rolled my eyes when I saw him, but none of us said another word for the rest of the night. We got inside, locked all the doors, and just sat there. We all waited for the sun to come up, the three of us in silent agreement that we should probably never go back in those woods again. Number 6. Wendigo or Skinwalker. Submitted by Anonymous. I was a child. I remember playing hide and seek with my friends, who I still talk to this day. But it was back then that we stopped playing hide and seek, because something happened. My house was backed by a forest of pine trees, so there wasn't a whole lot of brush, and you could see about a mile in. Keep in mind we were about 3 miles away from any other houses, so it was often very quiet. As well as being very creepy at night, it also seemed very eerie during the day. I always got chills when I was out there. Yet that didn't stop us from camping, hunting, and just playing in the woods. So one summer evening, myself, my mom, dad, and friends, Jeff and Lily, had gone out to camp. What was special about this time was the fact that we went deeper than we've ever been into these woods. After hiking out, we set up camp. By then it was already getting dark. We whined to my parents to let us play for almost 10 minutes until they said fine. So it was about 8, and it was dark out. We got some flashlights and we began our games. Of course, like always, I counted first. I began counting, all the while hearing giggles and running feet behind me. After 30 seconds, I turned and I listened. Now, keep in mind, it was summer. You should hear birds, frogs, and crickets. But at the time, I heard nothing. Not wanting to seem like a wuss, I sucked it up and started seeking. After a minute or so, I heard movement, and I instantly saw something that would scar me for the rest of my life. I saw a tall, pale creature, about 8 feet tall, and it was still hunched over. Its limbs were thin and elongated, with long, bony fingernails. Its hair was white and thin. The moment I saw it, I screamed so loud, it turned to me, and this thing, it actually spoke. It said to me,
"Hush, child. I don't want to hurt you."
Now, being a 12-year-old, I had some sense that I knew this thing was going to kill me. I tried to move, but I was completely petrified, so afraid that I could barely breathe. While stuck in a staring contest with this yellow-eyed creature, I tried to remember my way back. The second it took a step toward me, I grabbed my flashlight, and I bolted back the way I came. As I was running, I could hear this thing behind me. I turned to see the spot where our camp had been, only to see the remnants of a fire. So instead, I headed home. When I was a few feet away from my yard, I hit a root and fell flat on my face, and I thought, honestly, that I was dead. But as I fell, my dad came out with a shotgun and screamed every possible swear out into the woods. Now, this whole time, I didn't hear footsteps behind me. I just ran. But then as I lay there, facing my house, facing my father, only inches behind me, I heard the same voice as before.
"I'll be seeing you soon."
I nearly fainted right there when I realized how close it had come to me. The voice was only a few inches behind me. As soon as I could get myself back up, I ran inside, running into my mother's arms and crying. Apparently, my family had seen this creature in the forest before me. They were unable to find me, and having to care for the other children, they had to get home fast. They had left me. A week later, we moved closer to the city, and we ditched all of our outdoor gear. I remember something a week later. We set up a trail camp. but no one dared to go out there. Ever since that night, I've been wondering what we saw, and to my understanding from my research, I think we may have seen a skinwalker. Mostly, I'm just glad to be alive, and I will never be going out there to see that thing again. Number 7. Skinwalker on Easter. Submitted by Anakin. It was the last day of school for Easter, and I was excited for it, until I had a bit of an accident. I ran headfirst into the mirror on a truck, and I ended up having to go to the hospital. I spent a whole day and the next morning there, but I was soon feeling a bit better. So the night before Easter, my cousin and I were walking to the nearest gas station to buy a few snacks and some junk food. I noticed on my right was a small patch of woods. My cousin then spoke up and said, "Dude, we should go in there." I just looked at him like he was a madman. But I agreed to go. Maybe it was just peer pressure. Boy, was that a bad idea. For one, my injury was making my head hurt. And then, when we walked about 50 yards in, I began to hear something that sounded like something eating or thrashing at meat. I told this to my friend, and he told me to remain calm. It was probably a bobcat or a coyote. I told him in this part of Michigan, there's rarely anything like that. And then he said maybe it's a wolverine or something. But then again, this far north, I thought to myself, that's not likely. We ventured onward, trying to ignore the sound. Later, I hear something that sounded like my cousin, but he's right next to me. But coming from the trees nearby, I hear his same voice. "Dude, come over here." We both stopped in our tracks, now completely petrified. And we both knew that that wasn't him. I could even see the look of terror on his face when he heard it. As we sat there thinking silently, wondering what we should do, we then saw something of a silhouette dart between trees in front of us. We turned tail and ran back to the gas station. But before we exited those woods, we could see the same silhouette darting between trees around us. Whatever it was easily keeping pace with us, and it seemed to be just toying with us. We ran harder, pushing ourselves to the limits. We didn't stop until we made it back to his house. There, we tried to take our minds off of things. We didn't feel tired after that. We stayed up playing video games and watching videos. The next morning, my mom picked me up, and I couldn't be happier to get away from those woods. Needless to say, I won't be going back to that patch of woods. Number 8. I saw something at the campsite. Submitted by Firebolt U. I was 15 years old, and I thought I was invincible. My mom forced me to go to the Boy Scouts, and it was my first camp out with them. Now, before this camp out, I already had a good amount of badges and was strong and sporty, but I was always up for something new. Well, we piled into the truck and were driven to the campsite. I still remember what the camp looked like. It was filled with chipped pieces of wood and was surrounded by a forest. We started off with the usual, making a fire and playing manhunt with more people my age. As the sun began to set and our scoutmasters, let's call them Benjamin and Thomas, told us older kids to go into the forest and find some food, such as rabbits or birds to eat. So we went into the damp forest, unsupervised. We all split up so we could cover more ground. I decided to find some rabbit holes. I'd been around this area before with my parents, never camping though, so I knew where some rabbit holes were. I began to hum to myself as I walked. This is when I first saw something. In the distance, behind a tree, there was the silhouette of a deer with antlers. The antlers had many points, so I assumed it was a large buck. The thing was standing still, as if it was trying to listen. I never once saw it move, so I continued to walk slowly closer, thinking it'd be cool if I could get as close as possible to a wild deer. But as I gained some perspective on this creature, as the tree moved from my view, I realized that this was nothing natural. This was no ordinary animal. What I was seeing looked to be something standing on 2 legs, with a deer's head at the top, but the whole thing was all skin, leathery black skin, and this thing wasn't listening. It just had its head tilted down, facing the forest floor, as if it was a statue. I began to reason with myself that maybe it was. Maybe it was some crazy artwork by some stranger. But then I saw it breathe. Without chancing it, without taking another step towards it, I turned around and I ran back to camp. I was so afraid that I was staggering and tripping the whole way. When I got back, I was too afraid to tell anyone. I just wanted to go home. I didn't know if anyone would believe me, but I know what I saw. Number 9. My skinwalker encounter, submitted by Paul 115. What I'm about to tell you happened 2 weeks ago. I was going on a trip to my grandparents' place, and that's about a 1-hour drive. The road leads through a huge forest, and nearly 45 minutes of the drive there. So I left with my parents at around 6 that night, and it was almost completely dark. So through the whole drive, it was going to be night, I assumed. Half an hour went by, and it was pitch black outside, and only our car's headlights and the moon's light were giving any light at all. Suddenly, as I was watching through the windows, I will mention that we were going slow just to avoid any slippery turns. I saw something, and I instantly regretted looking out that window. There, in the dark of the woods, was a pale white, almost human-like figure, and only by the light of the moon I could make out some features on its face. Then it moved its head towards our vehicle. I saw 2 red eyes. They were like portals directly to hell. I was terrified instantly. The creature let out a high-pitched screech that I could hear from within the car, and I knew that it was coming from this creature, because as it started, its jaw widened inhumanly so. My mom and dad turned their heads trying to find the source of the noise. They heard it too. After looking at my parents to see if they heard it, I looked back at the creature. It was now no longer sunk to the ground. It was now standing on its legs and was easily about 7 feet tall. The moment my dad saw it, he decided to throw caution out the window. He floored it. Then we watched as the creature got back on all fours, then charged into the woods, disappearing. Now this was a one-way road, and it went on straight for a few miles. But I swear the whole way, the same distance from the tree line to the road, we heard those screams over and over. Apparently, this creature was somehow keeping pace with us. When we finally arrived at my grandparents' place, we all got in the house as quickly as possible, completely forgetting any luggage that we had in the vehicle. Inside, we rushed through salutations, and we locked the door. And then we heard the screaming around the house. My grandparents' expressions were different from that of my parents, and instantly we all knew that my grandparents recognized this sound. The next few hours went by as we all sat in the living room, cuddled up together, and my dad and grandfather both had 12-gauge shotguns at the ready. After a long while, I somehow finally fell asleep. That night, though, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, over and over, every so often. But every time I did, I would look out the window, and there would be red eyes in different windows. Whatever was out there, it was moving from window to window, keeping a close eye on us. Or maybe it was trying to find an entrance. When everyone was awake in the morning, everything seemed to go back to normal, and during our little getaway, we didn't hear anything or see anything else like that creature. I couldn't have been more thankful. To this day, I don't know what it was, but one fact remains. My grandparents know something, but they refuse to give any answers. And number 10. Until Dawn, submitted by X-Seraphim X. My family and I were going to a family reunion on my uncle's rancho farm. Every 5 years we would have the reunion, and every time I would awkwardly follow my parents around and stuff, talking to cousins that I've never met before. Anyway, some of the grown-ups decided it was a good idea to stay and spend the night, drinking. My parents decided to stay too, and I don't know what possessed them to put me in charge of the toddlers and teenagers, but those kids were like half my age, and 2 of them were older than me. I wasn't really up to it. Somehow we ended up sleeping outside in tents that were in a row, overlooking the thick bushes and trees outside. It was about 1 in the morning when all of us finally went to sleep, because last I checked, all the phone lights were off. I woke up listening to eerie howls of pain coming from behind one of the tents. Now, howls like this were normal, because there were a lot of coyotes on my uncle's ranch, but they wouldn't come this close to humans. I ended up listening to the howl. It slowly died off. I woke up again later, listening to the sound of odd whipping noises to the left. I got up and peeked my head outside of the tent, and what I saw shook me to my very soul. It looked like a deer on its hind legs, until I took a second glance. There, looming over a tent only a few feet away from me, was a tall and gray creature with dangling arms and horns on its head. It was just peering into a hole it made on the top of the tent. I wanted to scream and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear as this thing put half its head into the tent hole. I never realized that my cousin was up and looking at this thing until she threw a small pebble at it. I pushed her back inside and closed the tent we were huddled in. We sat there listening and waiting for it to do something. We could hear it out there sniffing the tent, and we could still see its tall shadow. It was just circling the tent for a while, until we heard another howl off in the distance. Finally, this weird creature scattered away like it never happened. We stayed up until dawn, and I was too tired and scared to go tell our parents what happened. The last thing I was about to do was exit that tent. In the morning, some tents were ripped, and there was what appeared to be drool on some of the tents. I never got around to telling my parents what I experienced. I don't know why I still haven't. I really haven't bothered to share this story with many people. Maybe I'm still scared, deep down.
The Buffalo and Wind, from Anonymous. I was 17 years old, just graduated from high school. It was the beginning of July, and it was getting hot. There were 4 of us who all decided that we were going to be there for a dear friend of ours. We were Amber, Ryan, Spencer, and myself. This friend was the pillar of our little clique, a kind and gentle guy who was a mountain of a man. He was also Native American. His mother was flying us all out to, I think, Missouri. His name was Kyle. His mother was taking us all out there because Kyle was becoming a man in the tribe. The elder or chief was giving him an animal spirit name. We arrived early in the day. Well, early for me, anyway. So I was basically carried around by Kyle while I was half awake. For clarity, I'm about 5'3". I also don't weigh much. We met up with his mother at the airport, at which point we began the long drive to the reservation. I'm sorry I can't remember the name of the place or anything like that. I was nursing a hangover. When we arrived, there was a small hotel just outside the reservation that we checked into. Amber and I got our own rooms, and the boys were bunking together. I went back to sleep when we got there, and I didn't wake back up until about 3 p.m. At which point I ate, washed up a bit, then got dressed. After being teased for a while about being so tired, we headed into the reservation. All of us got to meet many of Cheryl's friends, which was Kyle's mother. Then before we knew it, we were hanging out with some of the kids our age and a little older. We walked a bit further than I realized, from the buildings and outcroppings of where we first arrived. The sun was beginning to set. By then, we had been walking around and goofing off all day. The boys, trying to show off, started a fire, where we all sat and continued talking. Now to clarify a bit more, I am mute, so Kyle was interpreting for me. He was my best friend after all. Well, as the sun was almost set, we began to drink. Kyle, who's usually not much of a drinker, was hamming gulps from the bottles we had been passing around. Fast forward about 4 hours, we were fairly intoxicated. I lit up a cigarette and was enjoying the night, lying on my back and staring up at the sky. It was beautiful, enjoying the moment that was about to be ruined. All of a sudden, there was a hand on my stomach. going upwards towards my chest. I looked down to see one of the guys I didn't know making a little more than a pass at me. I went to jump back out of his reach when Kyle, who must have been watching me like a hawk, was on the guy and lands a right hook to his jaw. He flew off of me and onto the ground. At this point, the entire group is up on their feet, arguing and questioning what happened. Kyle explained everything. The boys then split up into two groups. Those who believed the guy who had been punched, and the others who believed Kyle. The chief's son was one of the boys with us. So then another argument broke out. The guy who had been punched threatened that because of what Kyle had done, he was going to summon evil spirits to come for all of us. He and the others who had sided with him left back toward the buildings. The rest of us sat back down, and some apologies were made. Soon the bottles came back out. The chief's son had some homemade stuff, and it was delicious. So I looked at him and asked about what kind of evil spirits the hands guy had mentioned. I'll be referring to the guy that got punched as hands guy from here on out. At that question, everyone went quiet when Kyle had interpreted it for me. The chief's son, his name was Cody, I think, began telling us about some of the evil things that the Native Americans believed existed. He said that a favorite pastime of the hands one was summoning skinwalkers. So by now it was closing in on 11 from what my watch was telling me. I was fading fast. The boys were all telling creepy stories now, a lot of them dealing with skinwalkers. Then all of a sudden, the human pillow known as time stood to attention. This jarred me, because he took me with him. I was on my feet before I knew what happened. The next 5 minutes felt like time had stood still. There in the woodland, no more than 200 feet from where we were standing, was this person on stilts. He was tall, skinny. All I could make out was that it had long arms with very large hands. My eyesight began to come back to me. The arms were very thin, but the claws were huge. Its chest was a very pale color, with skin that looked as if it had been stretched to the point it was going to rip. The head was that of a deer, like some deer skull you would see on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, with a cactus next to it. The eyes were the scariest part. They were moving around, eyeing each of us, as if to size us all up. Kyle pushed me behind him. The last thing I could see were its eyes shifting toward me and him. He began shouting out. This was out of character for him. He was threatening to rip it to shreds piece by piece, then burn whatever was left to cinders if it didn't leave us. Kyle was about 6 feet, played football and hockey. He was a very large man and well-toned. Every vein and muscle in his body was pumped up. His hair was standing on end as he walked to the right of the fire. As they looked each other in the eyes, Kyle decided to taunt it again. He mocked it, telling it that it was not going to see the sunrise. To our surprise, the horrific thing walked out of the clearing, and it didn't make a sound. Not until it stopped, because then came a cracking noise, like its bones were breaking and readjusting. It then followed suit of Kyle, who was already in a power position, legs open, arms out, ready to fight. In the middle of everything, the wind picked up. It was blowing in from behind us. It was so hard. Dust and sand particles were in the air, which made it much harder to see. It came in so fast, I had to lower my head to try and keep the dust out of my face. And that's when I saw it. In Kyle's left hand was the bottle of homemade alcohol that had this disgusting hinky thing in it. It all happened so fast. His body dropped. His left hand went into the fire. The fire roared to life as some of the liquid splashed out of the bottle. The bottle, the hanky, and Kyle's hand were aflame. He threw that bottle with precision into the chest of the thing. With the wind blowing, it erupted into a ball of fire. There was a terrifying scream. like a woman, a big cat, and a few other animals mixed, screaming in pain and anger. The sound of this thing was so loud I had to put my hands on my ears to block the sound. All of a sudden, I had the wind knocked out of me as Kyle had picked me up and thrown me on his shoulder. I was now being carried at a pace I'd never be able to keep up with, away from that thing, which I could still see. It was still screaming. The forest line was on fire. It was still on fire. We were tearing out of there so fast. Spencer had picked up Amber and was carrying her, so that no one was left behind. Cheryl was waiting for us when we arrived back at the reservation's buildings. I was so terrified and crying. Cheryl grabbed a hold of me and was holding me tightly, asking for an explanation. When she saw that Kyle too was pale, she pulled us all into her friend's house. There, everyone told her what had happened. She had some doctor come immediately and cleanse us. It was an awkward situation for me, as I'm not very religious. We went back to the hotel, and I was having trouble sleeping. I was exhausted, but my eyes were fixed on the window. The next day was the big day for Kyle. When we got back to the reservation, we met the chief, who was quite nice. He apologized for our encounter the night before. He apologized to me, too, that one of his tribe would do something like that to me. And then the man went on to say that he had heard about everything that happened during the encounter. He said that the wind was a manifestation of Kyle's will to protect, and that his heart had been tested twice that night. The first was a situation that many can lose their heads over, and even though he had struck the man, he calmed down after the situation had ended. The second was when it attacked us. The wind was a symbol of the world, ready to feed the fire inside Kyle when he needed help. The chief then reached down and gently picked up Kyle's left hand. Surprisingly, there was no burn on it at all. We were in such a hurry and in such shock, none of us remembered to check. Then the chief took Kyle a few feet away and told him his spirit name. Later on, when we asked him what his spirit name was, he didn't say much more than, "It has something to do with a boat." So without missing a beat, Spencer blurted out, "Yeah, the big buffalo and wind. Be afraid." The name stuck. We still refer to him as that today. Unfortunately, not without shiver, remembering that thing. Skinwalker in the Forest, from Travis. I'm 24 years old, and this happened 2 years ago. My pops and I have always loved camping, hunting, fishing, anything outdoors. While being from the lower parts of Arizona, we've always loved going up into the mountains. My pops and I planned a trip up to Shomo, Arizona, and around said areas. We packed our truck up with our camping and fishing gear, and headed up there. It started out normal, fun kayaking out of the lake, throwing our poles in the water, letting the wind carry us across the lake. It was going great. We set up our tent in a cot. I like to sleep under the stars when possible. We started a fire and had some dinner. But when the sun began to go down, I began to get an odd feeling that we were being watched. There was no apparent reason for it, so I ignored it, and I continued to talk with my pops. When we were settling down and getting ready for bed, I still felt as if we were being watched. Maybe it was all in my head, but either way, my nerves were on end. I went to bed no problem. When 2 o'clock rolled around, my feelings of being watched were worse. I should have listened to my senses. I sat up to go use the bathroom, after which I crawled back into my sleeping bag to try to go back to sleep. However, I began to hear coyotes. I didn't think much of it. There were coyotes out there. They were common. Nothing out of the ordinary. I brought my Glock 19 and so did my pops. So we were also more than prepared to handle a few coyotes if need be. I began to drift off to the howling when all of a sudden the coyotes began to go crazy. I opened my eyes and shined my flashlight in the direction of the hounds. They sounded panicked, scared. It was a full moon that night, so it was easier to see. Plus, I had a high lumens flashlight, so I could see pretty far with it. I aimed it around, scanning the surroundings for the eye shines of the coyotes or movement. But I didn't see them. I calmed myself down, cramming myself back into my sleeping bag. Once again, I tried to get some sleep. Just as I was about to doze off, I felt hands on my sleeping bag. My dad was in his tent, so who in the world was running their hands along my sleeping bag? I began to reach for my pistol and flashlight when the hands suddenly stopped. They freaking stopped at the edge of my sleeping bag, gripping tight at the ends, as if they were ready to rip it off of me. I pretended to be asleep. I cracked my eyes just a little bit to see if I could see them. I did, and when I saw them, I nearly had a heart attack. I saw fingers bony, long, and gray, with skin dried out. But the worst part was that what those fingers belonged to began to speak to me in my dad's voice. But I knew it wasn't my dad, because he was sound asleep, still snoring, not 6 feet from me. My body was screaming at me not to move, or I would be dead. This thing was trying to get me to move. It spoke to me in a distorted voice, a voice that only now barely resembled my dad's. Travis, look at me. Travis, speak to me. Travis, now. It was getting angry. It was angry I wasn't responding to it. Right when I thought it was going to have itself a Travis burrito, my dad spoke up and asked if I was okay over there. He heard noises and popped his head out to check on me. I guess that thing ran off when it heard my dad. The next morning, my dad didn't ask me about the noises he heard last night. I mean, even if he had, I'd say it was probably me sleep-talking or raccoons. In any case, I was glad to be leaving the next morning, due to the fact I had to go back to work. I can honest to God say I was scared for my life. I've had similar experiences with creatures like it, and I believe this to have been a skinwalker. In any case, if you do happen to go camping in Shorelow, Arizona, bring a buddy or protection against forces that want to harm you, or you might end up being eaten. Skinwalker in the Woods, from KP. When my brothers, J and G, and I were kids, we would often go to my grandmother's. We had never really minded being in the woods with her, away from the city we grew up in, and often we'd have great adventures at grandma's. When it was daytime, the woods and the surrounding 25 acres were a wonderland. But when night fell, we would find ourselves very afraid of the same woods we had just been playing in earlier. One night we had gone over to my grandma's. My little brother Jay and I were sitting on the porch when we noticed something very disturbing. Mind you, the house is surrounded by woods on 3 sides, and in the front was a huge cow pasture. As we sat talking, we noticed a pair of huge gold eyes watching us from the woods, and they had to have been at least 8 feet off the ground. We saw this, and we both ran inside, crying. Grandma calmed us down, telling us not to worry. Nothing was going to get us. Well, she may have been wrong. The following day, we went out to the woods as happy as could be, not a care in the world, when we found a cave made of briar bushes. Now, anyone with sense knows briar bushes don't form that way naturally. But, being children, we started towards the cave-like structure, and we were soon hit with the awful smell of rot, decay, and vulture vomit. I only know how that smells after scaring a buzzard with my car, after which it vomited carrion all over my vehicle. My grandma had 3 dogs that would follow us all over the woods, but that day, my dog Molly refused to come with us. In fact, all 3 dogs seemed off that day. We go a little closer before I tell Jay we need to get the heck out of here. He agrees, and we turn to leave when I hear a branch snap. It had come from where we had just been standing. We don't turn around. We just run to the house and see Molly freaking out, barking and biting at the fence. She even growled at me, which was weird, because I'm the one who found Molly, and we had a great friendship. She actually bit me that day, as if she was trying to get me back inside the fence. I'm 30 years old now, and my grandma has long passed. My mom inherited the house, and we go there every holiday. Even to this day at night, we sometimes see the yellow eyes staring back at us. It still makes me want to cry like a child. As a side note, my brothers and I are from the same family, but we were adopted. Our grandfather was a pure Cherokee Indian and medicine man. I wonder if it was a Wendigo or skinwalker messing with us. That's Not a Deer, from Kelly F. I wrote in a couple of years ago a story about my encounter with the skinwalker when I was a child. Well, I had another experience over 20 years later, and despite this happening in the winter of 2019, it's an update nonetheless. It was late, probably around 1 a.m. My best friend at the time, Stevie, realized she was out of smokes, and we don't smoke the same kind, so she convinced me to go out. It was freezing that night. It was the kind of night where there's no wind, but the chill in the air is so cold, you feel it in your bones. As my late nana would say, it's raw inside, which I always thought described that kind of cold well. We hurried to my van and got in quickly. It didn't take long, as the store is only down the road. We were only gone for like 10 minutes. When we drove into my uncovered driveway, the headlights of my van lit up the piece of my backyard you can see through the mesh fence, and into the right side of the yard, which goes back a ways, hits another mesh fence, and then goes into a small clearing, and then a tree line that leads into some woods. Basically, the entire right side of the yard was lit up from the headlights. We didn't get out of the car right away. That was just our routine. Smoke a cigarette while the van is still warm before we go in. But it didn't take long for Stevie to point out that we weren't alone. After I lit my cigarette, as I handed her the lighter, she asked, "What's that deer doing in your yard? Is it just standing there? Is there something wrong with it?" I suddenly didn't feel the warmth of the van anymore, and my heart skipped a beat. I looked over into the yard, and standing in my headlights was the outline of what looked to be a deer at first. I didn't take my eyes off of it. I grabbed Stevie's arm and said, "That's not a deer. Get in the back and stay down." I must have sounded serious because she did as I said without hesitation. I looked at the figure, which did for the most part look like a deer. But as I looked longer, I knew something was wrong. The flesh looked necrotic. It was falling off, skin sliding off as it stood there, like it was rotting right before my eyes. The antlers were small, but they were covered in what looked like blood. And as I finally got to look at its face, it had a set of blue eyes that were human in shape. It had a mouth with lips, and it was smiling at me. That's when I realized it had to be the one I'd encountered before. It was smiling like it saw an old friend. I was frozen there for a minute. It was like time slowed down. I realized it knew me. I was only able to start moving because the thing began to mouth words, and that was the second time I ever noped the heck out of there, climbing into the back seat with Stevie. When I got in the back, she started to open her mouth, but I gave her the shh signal, and she stopped. After about 10 minutes of complete silence, I decided to take a look, which I wish I hadn't, or I wish I'd waited longer. Because when I took a look, that thing was trying to climb over the fence. It now had more human-like legs and arms with hooves, and a half-deer face. The deer skin had seemed to have fallen off completely by now, and it revealed new human-looking skin. Before I was able to duck down, it must have sensed me, because it looked back and we locked eyes one last time. It was still smiling, so I went back to hiding with Stevie. We probably waited almost 2 hours before we even looked up. When we did, the thing was gone, and I was able to turn off the headlights finally, and the van off completely. When we got back inside, Stevie wanted to know what the heck happened, so I told her the story from when I was a kid. Needless to say, her jaw dropped. She wanted to know so much more, but I told her talking about them would give them power. She went searching on her own, which I also advised against, but of course she didn't listen. We never really talked about it too much after that, and I lost touch with Stevie and moved April 2020. Since then, I haven't had anything like this happen again. I have deer friends, but they're real deer. It might have not been the same one, but the way it looked at me, I'll never forget that. Pray I don't run into it or another one again. If I do have another encounter, I'll be sure to come back, but let's hope that doesn't happen. I gotta say, I'm nervous to post this since I brought it up. Possible skinwalker encounter. From Eddie. I live in southern Arizona, but I was raised in a pretty bad part of Texas. Gangs and drugs infected my city like a virus, so I learned to avoid people and to stay out of trouble for the most part. So, safe to say, it took a lot to scare me. When I got the chance to move with my grandmother in Arizona, I took it without any regrets. Now, this story took place on Halloween in 2018. I was walking my ex-girlfriend and her friend around the neighborhood because I had nothing else going on. I got dressed up and met up with them. We were walking around for about 2 hours or so, and my ex wanted me to take pictures of them, so she gave me her phone and I proceeded to do so. As I was done, I went through her phone, as at the time we were going through a rough time, and I didn't really trust her. As I was looking, I saw that she had been calling this random dude, and I'm not going to lie, I got upset. She told me not to talk to other girls, and I felt betrayed. I got mad and stormed off about 15 feet ahead of them, and as we were about 2 blocks from her friend's house, they accidentally dropped their candy. I stopped to wait for them, and as I was waiting, I hear my ex call my name. Eddie! It was her voice, but there was something off about it. I turned around. They were still picking up the candy. I thought she wanted me to help, but it didn't look like she called my name, as she didn't really acknowledge me or anything. About 3 seconds later, I'm watching my ex pick up her candy, and I hear it again. Eddie! I look over to my left, and between these two houses is an alleyway of some sort. I saw a shadow moving behind this little alcove-type corner. I thought it was one of my friends that lived in the neighborhood, messing with me. I walk to the other side of the street to investigate, and as I step in the rocks, I see something peek around the corner. I stopped, dead in my tracks. What I saw staring back at me scared the living daylights out of me. It was around 7 feet tall, with yellow eyes, sharp teeth, Native American war paint on its face, and what appeared to be a dead wolf skin over its head. That wasn't even the worst part. As I took in the creature that was standing at least 3 yards in front of me, I felt a malicious intent coming from it, and all I could think was, my God. But I swear, I heard a reply in my head say, God can't sleep now. It felt as if it knew everything about me, probably things I didn't even know about me. I'm not trying to act tough, but I've had guns pulled on me, I've been robbed, almost drowned, and darn near broke my back at one point. What I'm getting at is I've had a few near-death experiences, but none of those got me near the amount of fear as I felt right then, that night. And it felt like years had gone by, but it was only several seconds. My ex and her friend were calling my name, and I didn't notice. Finally, they both yelled my name, snapping me out of my tracks. I looked back at them. They both said I looked like I saw a ghost. When I looked back at the thing, it was gone. I told the two of them to run, and I took off running too. And I don't run for anything. Not until then. I was freaking out, about to have an anxiety attack. I was hyperventilating. I just couldn't think straight. Finally, they both snapped me out of it, and I told them what happened. It freaked out her friend pretty bad. I had to calm her down after. As we were waiting for my ex's mom to come and pick her up, I was sitting there, thinking about things. What it had said, God can't help you. I kept repeating it in my head. That night, as I lay in bed, I just kept thinking about it. I decided to browse some YouTube. I ended up coming across a certain channel talking about skinwalkers, and what I heard matched what I saw to a T. For the next week and a half, I couldn't eat or sleep. All I kept thinking about was hoping and praying to God that it wouldn't come back. Shortly after that experience, my ex and I broke up. I kind of repressed that memory because it involved her, and I really didn't want to think about it. But it kind of popped in my head randomly. Ever since then, I don't mess with the dark. I hate the dark. My grandmother can ask me a simple question to kick the trash out, and if it's past sundown, I'm not going outside if I don't have protection, a light, my dog, anything, I don't care. But I'm not going out in the dark alone. The Skin Changer, from Just Some Native with Bar. My dad is from Browning, Montana, meaning we have quite a bit of Blackfeet and Cree Indian in us. I grew up with the old Native American stories, and I always thought they were true. I have experienced paranormal things in the past, but this was a whole new experience. We're currently living out of town, and no one is able to take us to the bus stop in the morning, so we go to work with my dad. Usually, we leave around 6 a.m. Me, my two sisters, and my dad get into our old res pickup. I sit in the front seat, so I have a pretty good view of the highway. I was staring out in front of the pickup when, suddenly, I see something running out in front of the truck. It almost looked like the Until Dawn Wendigo, but smaller in size. Its eyes had a scary glow to them. It ran across the road, then seemed as if it just disappeared with the wind. I looked over at my dad and said, "Did you see that?" He looked at me. "What was it?" I explained to him what I saw, and he said, "Don't talk about that anymore, okay?" I asked him what it was, and he said, "It's a skin changer, a shape shifter." As we were nearing town, I saw something sitting on the side of the road. My dad and one of my younger sisters saw it too. It was a bobcat, but it was huge, and its eyes had this eerie yellow glow. I looked at my dad, and he looked at me. We didn't say much after that. Another theory we had about the thing was that it was Nabi. Nabi is from Blackfeet legends. In some stories, he is the creator. In others, he's a trickster. But in all these stories, he's a teacher and a shapeshifter. These skin changers or shapeshifters are from Blackfeet legends. The Navajo have their own version of this, the skinwalker. A skin changer is a medicine man or woman who has reached enough power to be able to shapeshift into anything. Skin changers are evil beings. They're a lot like the skinwalker. My grandma always told me not to look out the window at night, and if I did, not to taunt any spirits. I was told not to say things like, "Come and get me," or "I'm not scared of you," because then it will come and get you.
Visitation from GG. I'm half Native American on my mom's side, specifically Navajo. My dad is white and grew up near the reservation my mom grew up in. Both their families were friends and hunters. They were the type of folks to hunt a deer and share the spoils with everyone. If one family got some food, they would share it with the other. Same with any garden vegetables my dad's family grew. So inevitably, they became friends, which eventually led to them getting married. A year after I was born, my dad got a job in the city a couple of hours from the reservation. Being basically poor, my family felt pressured now that they had a kid. They didn't want me to grow up in a quote-unquote poor home. Their own words, not mine. So we moved away. Funnily though, I grew up hearing stories of my dad's family and my mom's family often hunting, eating, or hanging out together, and it sounded like something I wished I could have, even if it meant being poor. During my childhood, I'd often let them know that I wished I could see my Limos and Papas more, the same nicknames for both sets of grandparents. I think it got to them, because by the time I was 9, they started taking seasonal trips back to the reservation. There, Mom and her mom would teach me about my Navajo heritage, and my dad and grandpas would take me hunting. These were some of my favorite and most cherished memories. There was nothing like hunting a deer, and on the same night, eating it for dinner with the family. My mom's parents taught me to use every part of whatever I hunted, and to respect nature. At the age of 13, we took a trip in the fall to the reservation. We would be staying a week at my mom's family's home. I had begun getting along with my cousin Rowan during our stays at the reservation. Rowan was my mother's sister's kid, and though he was a bigger kid than other kids our age, with an intimidating appearance even at the age of 14, he was very fearful and reserved. My dad and grandpas would try to take him on our hunts with us, but he always refused. He also had this thing where he hated being outside after dark. Well, that fall, while staying the night in his room, we stayed up talking. Eventually, I asked him why he was so afraid of things. I tried to word it respectfully. After all, I just wanted to understand him. "I don't know," he replied. "The woods are just creepy out here. The kids at school keep telling me stories, old Navajo legends. They say they're real, What kind of legends? They're just legends, though, Rowan. They probably aren't real or they're not real anymore, I said to him. Well, I asked my dad once, and he said you're not supposed to talk about it. He was so serious, too. If he was so serious about it, then how could it be fake? He asked. Maybe he just knew it would scare you, so he didn't want you thinking or talking about it anymore. I guess. Rowan turned over onto his side. Dude, what's the legend now? The one you're most scared of. If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else, okay? Or at least don't tell anyone that I told you. Yeah, sure, I laughed. Just tell me. Well, have you heard of the skinwalker? When he said that, I rolled my eyes. Who hasn't heard of the skinwalker? Especially with the kids on this reservation. They loved pranking and scaring each other, as all kids probably do. Yeah, I've heard of it, I said. What's so scary about it? Do you really believe there are people out there that can wear the skin of animals and turn into them? Yeah. And a lot of other kids do too, as well as some of the adults. Which adults believe in skinwalkers, Rowan? I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say all of them. What? What are you talking about? Well, if you want to find out, forget about how I said not telling anyone. Tomorrow morning, go up to Mima or Papa and ask them, what's a skinwalker? And see how they react. Just don't tell them I told you. Alright, I'll do it. You gonna watch me do it? Because I want to make sure you see and know it's just a story. Sure, he said. After that, the conversation went to girls and video games, and we eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I completely forgotten about the dare until Rowan brought it back up. So just before breakfast, I walked over to Grandpa, who was sitting in an old recliner. For some reason, I was getting nervous, but I pushed myself forward and approached him. My mom's papa was a gruff man of few words, a man both sides of our family respected, and would often go to for advice. Hey, Papa, I said to him, getting his attention. He looked over with a raised eyebrow, not saying anything. What's a skinwalker? I asked. And immediately, like a light switch, the entire mood in the room changed. My papa's eyebrows got narrow, and I could hear my Mima in the kitchen suddenly stop everything she was doing. For a second, Papa looked mad. Then, as if to remind himself I was just a kid less in touch with his culture, he sighed and loosened up. Then he placed a hand on my arm. Don't go saying that around here. Why? What's wrong with it? There are certain words you shouldn't say, young. Just like there are certain spirits you don't want to attract to yourself. I nodded my head, then walked away. When I turned around, I saw Rowan standing at the corner. He'd been watching like I asked. This time he wore a smug smile, as if to say, told you so. A few years after that, when I was 15 years old, and Rowan was 16, my mom's side had come into quite a bit of money. Some sort of investment. I can't quite remember the exact reason. But they bought a couple of ATVs, mainly to go out and hunt or to bring back deer. But on occasion, my grandpa would allow me and Rowan to go driving out on the trails with them. So long as we were careful, he said. Well, kids like us would make any promise to be able to drive those things around. Those suckers were fast and extremely easy to drive. Rowan and I would spend hours in the afternoon, rapping over dirt now.
Hello?
Okay. Stay.
Through the woods from the campsite, so we thought we'd go catch something to eat for the day. As we were walking, Zach pointed out some strange footprints. I'm used to hunting these woods, so I'm familiar with how they lead a kid. But these tracks were similar, huge, and there were large gaps between each print, as if whatever it was had been walking on two legs, not four, and they appeared to be heading back into the camp. I went down to get a look at them. They were almost bigger than I had. I continued down the trail, talking about the tracks we saw. Soon enough, we finally made it to the river. We sat down in our usual spots. Then we started fishing. About an hour into it, we had 5 decent-sized red drums. So we packed up and started heading back. Just as we were leaving, we heard this loud scream that went on for at least 15 seconds. It was so far off that I wasn't worried about it. To put everyone at ease, and for myself, I said out loud it was probably an emperor. After all, there have been a few sighted in that area. We made it back to camp. We were still on edge though. We found the same tracks that we'd seen earlier, but they were all over the campsite, around the tents as well. And outside my tent in particular were these 3 giant claw marks. I ran and creeped out, assuming that someone was playing a trick on us, trying to mess with us. Heck, it could have been someone we knew. We've brought a lot of friends out here, and a few of them even knew where we were going. We stirred the fire back up and had some breakfast. The rest of the day was pretty chill. We took a few walks, went swimming, had some smokes. At one point, we discussed what we were going to do with the summer. Eventually, we all went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the same kind of screaming that I'd heard earlier. But it was close enough to scare me, so I grabbed my Mossberg 500 and climbed out of the tent. Zach and Edward were already out theirs. I asked if they heard that, and Zach said, "No crap." I threw a few logs on the fire, and we all sat around for a while, listening to the sounds of the woods. I don't know how long we'd been sitting there, but all of a sudden, it got dead quiet. All the birds and bugs just shut off all at once. It was then we began to hear heavy footsteps around the campsite. We looked around, but didn't see anything weird. A few moments later, something stepped into the light of the fire, but it was still difficult to see. It got even closer, standing only about 20 feet away. This thing was massive. I was 6'6". This thing had at least 3 feet on me. At first, we thought it was a person. It was too big. It was almost a solid light as well. It may have had the body of a man, but where its head should have been, there was a deer's skull. This thing crept closer, and almost instinctively I fired 3 slugs at it. Rather than flinching and running away, it simply stopped and looked over at me. I told Zach to grab the keys out of the tent. The thing then looked over at me. It did. I shot a put around into it, aiming for its stomach, causing its attention to shoot straight back to me. I swear to God, I saw it smile, as if it knew that we couldn't turn
Lie
it.
down.
Zach
India,
already jumped
lie down.
and started to run. I grabbed Evers by the hand, and we went over to the car, keeping my gun aimed at this thing.
Lie down,
Trying
Cody
to make
girl.
it move. We all got in, Zach in the bed, and we went flying. We had to have been doing at least 60 down the old dirt trail when Edward let out a scream. There was a large thud on the SUV. It jolted to the side. I looked behind us, and this thing was keeping pace with the car. Zach, distracted, looks up, nearly hitting someone else's car as he goes around the corner onto the road. At that point, I looked back, and I saw the thing standing in the head of the trail,
Lie down.
raising its hand as if to wave at me as we sped off.
Just lie down.
Ever since then, we haven't gone back to camp. I'm not sure if we ever will. We haven't told anyone about the encounter until now. I figured if I shared it here, someone else may have had a similar encounter in this area. Supply, North Carolina, to be exact. Navajo skinwalker from C. Philly 100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument
Lie
Valley.
down.
At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple hundred yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Nene, or Navajo, man standing on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, but he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. And hey there, sorry friend, we didn't realize this was private property. I called out. No response. He just stood there scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister. We don't want any trouble. We'll just be on our way now. The man began to mutter something under his breath. Only it sounded more like a chant or a curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. able to buy alcohol at the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. Skiing Skinwalker from Daddy Maddie. So this happened kind of recently, a few weeks back. I'm a pretty avid skier, and a few weeks ago I was itching to get out. My local mountain wasn't open yet, and I just couldn't wait. I found a section of mountains in northern British Columbia, and they had a very decent amount of snow on them. I called up a friend of mine who was also an avid skier, and asked him if he wanted to ski them with me. He said, yeah. I got my other friend to go with us as well. Now, it's never safe to ski alone, even if you're out at a ski resort. All of us have these special bindings for our skis that allow your heel to lock and unlock. These bindings, along with what's called skins, allow us to basically walk on snow. We planned to go for 5 days and do one big loop. We'd climb up peaks and mountains and ski down them, and just do that for all 5 days. The 3 of us all took one vehicle, loaded up our bags, strapping on our gear and heading out. The first 3 days were a dream. We skied some of the best snow of our lives. There was one section that was so great and so much fun, we stayed a little longer than we should have. After looking at the time, we decided to get heading towards our camp. It got dark out, and once the sun was out of sight, I got an eerie feeling. Not like I was being watched, but more like stalked. Like something was following us. We turned on our headlamps, but after 5 minutes my lamp died, which made no sense because I had put fresh batteries in it earlier that day. Not even 10 minutes later, one of my friend's lamps died too. We had our one friend whose lamp was still on leading us from the front. Given past experiences in my life, I thought something was up. However, my friends just said it was the cold that killed the batteries. Just as we were about to set out again, we saw it in broad daylight on the ridge across from us. It looked back and screamed. Then an avalanche happened right in front of us. Seeing that thing, we decided to cut our trip short. We made our way to a shortcut. This took us all day and it was getting dark, but we kept going even through the dark. We're now in a valley. We continued on, eventually seeing those red eyes again on top of the hill staring down at us. We decided to make our way up to the opposite hill that the eyes were on. We got halfway up the hill with a large part of the mountain moving above us. The screams returned then. That night was a sleepless one, as I was constantly awake hearing those screams, knowing that something was outside. I pretended to sleep though, hoping that that thing would leave in peace. I know we returned into our camp, but eventually I did hear it walk away. I heard it scream again before leaving. After it was gone, we got up and packed up. Just as we set out, we were about 30 feet away from our camp. An avalanche came pouring down right in the place we were just sleeping. We booked it out of there, making it back to the truck. I looked back as we drove away, looking right into that wall of snags again. I'm not really sure what that thing wanted. Maybe just privacy, wanting us to leave, but maybe it had different ideas. Something tells me if we had been caught in that avalanche, it would have ended up as a tasty cold meal for that thing. There are things the mountains were not meant to see. Stay safe this shredding season. A skinwalker story, I think, from Butterfly 7. Just a few days ago, I was at my aunt's house. I was going to be staying for 2 nights. I'm from Hawaii and have lots of strange and creepy experiences, and I'm here to share this one with you in particular. We were out in the woods of Pennsylvania. I was a little creeped out by the woods, but I didn't really dwell on it. I've always been paranoid after all, and have really bad anxiety. On my first night there, I was asleep on an air mattress. However, it quickly deflated, and soon I was just basically on the floor. I was looking out the windows that had blinds down. My parents were sleeping downstairs, and my brothers were asleep on the couch. As I began to finally calm down, I started to hear light scratching sounds coming from the roof. I brushed it off and started scrolling through some videos on YouTube, trying to distract myself. As I said, I'm just paranoid sometimes, and I figured the sound was nothing. As I listened to some music, I began hearing banging sounds, and even more, louder scratching coming from the roof. I plugged both my earbuds in, and after a while, the sounds changed to a walking sound, like someone walking in a circle above me. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a tree branch, but the thought of it being anything else quickly sunk into my mind. After a while, it stopped, but I was still freaked out, and it took a long time for me to finally get some sleep. The next day was fun. We went out to eat, and I got upgraded from the air mattress to my cousin's old bed. The thoughts of last night had mostly left my mind. That night, when I was getting settled into my cousin's bed, I constantly looked out the window. It was getting dark, and the window didn't have curtains or anything like that. I put some thick blankets on the bed and started to relax. Like the night before, I turned on some YouTube, looking up some animations, I think. After a while, my aunt said goodnight and turned off all the lights, closing the door. Just then, I saw movement outside, so I looked up and out the window. The banging and scratching sounds came again, soon followed by that circular pacing right above me. I closed my eyes, taking in deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I turned up the video I was watching, and after a while, the noise stopped. I felt calm enough to open my eyes, but when I did, I peered out the window and saw something that I don't think I should have. Whatever it was, it looked like a starved wolf, with deer-like limbs and big, glowing eyes, glowing in the same way a cat the same big yellow eyes staring at me. I don't think I slept that night, and I was ever so happy to leave when the trip was over. Warning, the following story contains explicit depictions of dead animals and encounter with a skinwalker. From Supernatural Hunter. On the news one day, we heard of this little girl who had gone missing on a family hike. At the time, we had nothing better to do, and we didn't want to do homework. So we went out to look for her ourselves. We, being me and my friends. We went looking near where she was supposed to be taken. She had apparently been taken near a road, and she walked on her way back from school. We decided to search the public land that was across the road. This was about 1,000 acres of land. We spent the entire day searching, and soon it was getting late. One of our friends, who didn't believe in the supernatural, thought it would be funny to call out a skinwalker. They practically screamed it. This sent me and a couple of other people into a hot mess. We started yelling at this idiot, calling him names and things like that. I was in the middle of using every cuss word in my vocabulary when, I kid you not, a shrill shriek sounded from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like it came from all directions. At that moment, I swear I forgot how to breathe. We began to quickly make our way back to the vehicles, heading down the trail. The entire time, I felt as though I was being watched. Since the moment I heard that noise, I had this constant, crushing, overwhelming fear that something bad was about to happen. That's when it started getting really creepy. We never noticed it before, or maybe it wasn't there before, but we saw what appeared to be bird bones hanging from the trees, and deer legs bent at the joint over different rocks and branches. Animal skulls hung on the fence posts. Before I came here, I always had a bad feeling about this place. Before this, people had discovered Native American remains here, various human bones. I'd once seen a spine myself on a barbed wire fence. How I got there and who put it there, I have no idea. Suddenly, something dropped from a tree and landed on the person in front of me. They screamed with intense fear, yelling about blood on their face. That's when we all hightailed it back to safety, running as fast as we could all go. We tripped and stumbled over one another. Finally, we made it back to where we parked our vehicles. I stopped then and asked one of my friends to shine the flashlight from the direction we had just come from. When he did, we saw eyes looking back at us. Eyes from a height that could not be human. Whatever it was making some kind of human-like sound, though. It was far enough away down the trail, but then it began to rush towards us extremely fast. I jumped through the open window. Most of us did, and we sped out of there quickly. The next morning, we went back, bringing weapons with us this time. It got a little weird. Walking down the trail, something had caught my eye. When I went to check it out, there were these red rocks placed in a circle around a headless deer. There was blood, too. At least I'm pretty sure it was blood, covering the ground. To this day, none of us ever speak of what happened. Some people moved, and those that remained never went back there. But someday I do want to go back. I need to know what's out there for sure. Skinwalker in Shreve, Ohio. From Shreve. This was my experience with a skinwalker in Wayne County, Ohio. It was 2009. My best friend, me, and I were camping in my backyard in rural Shreve, Ohio. I grew up across the 1 acre yard and through the door to my garage. Every time I glanced back, I saw this big shadow following closely. No definition to it, just pitch black form in the middle of nowhere. We campsite, and that's really where the story ends. I just remember being terribly scared for the whole night, and I never trusted those woods again. While I don't have any obvious ways to prove this was a skinwalker, it's all I can think it to be, based on it sounding like a large dog while having a human-like hand and making low demonic growling noises. I'll also note that while my friend B was running in front of me, I heard his voice yelling, "Stop," but it was coming from behind me. That's my tale, and that's why now I learn all I can about cryptozoology. We're Coyote in Arizona. From Anonymous Shadow. My family and a couple of cousins of mine all love riding cars, quads, and motorbikes. On a Monday, we went riding around the Wickenburg area, which was about 1 hour from our home. I was going down this little gravel road around 35 miles per hour when my uncle's red wanted, and it was getting dark fast. I got to this little hill at the end of the road, and I told myself, I'll just go down, turn around, and come back up, and go back to the cars. That was when I heard some rustling in the bushes at the edges of the turnaround area at the base of the little hill I was on. My heart began to race. But a rabbit came running out, and I told myself I was just overreacting. A couple of coyotes then appeared, running after the rabbit. I got a little bit scared, because I wasn't sure how they'd react to my presence, or if they had rabies or anything like that. There seemed to be about 4 adults and 2 pups, so they could have easily attacked me if they wanted to. Back then I was a 13-year-old with a quad. That wasn't going to save me if they decided to attack. Sure, I could try to run them over, but that meant I would have flown down the hill, most likely ending with me crashing. I decided to slowly start moving my quad as quietly as I could, kind of trying to pick it up and turn it. Yeah, I know, don't turn your back to predators, but at the time I was scared. Suddenly I heard low guttural growling coming close to me, up the hill. But luckily, I had finished turning around my quad. When I turned to look, the biggest of the coyotes was coming up the hill towards me, growling at me. This one was bigger, way bigger than even my dogs, which were German shepherds. It was getting close to me, so I got back on the quad, and I swear that freaking coyote stood up on 2 legs. It might sound crazy, or even cliche for a story like this, but I'm not sure how else to say it. The thing just stood up like a man. From the time it stood to the time I went about 40 getting back to my family, I saw for sure that it had a coyote's head, dull glowing yellow eyes, and a human-like body, with bent back legs like a werewolf, and a coyote's tail. It's been a while since then, and for some time after that, I didn't sleep very well at all. My usual dreamless, boring nights have been filled with waking up in a cold sweat, nightmares of being attacked, flashbacks of that moment. My mom and dad just chalked it up to my imagination and all those scary things I listened to. But I listened to those things because they were fun. But now they're the only thing I have keeping me from insanity, knowing I'm not alone with encounters like this. Possible skinwalker. From sea to sea. For a little background, I live in West Virginia, so basically everything is up or down. My house is situated on a hillside. The front yard goes upward to the road, and once you cross it, it goes down rather steep into an almost valley, until you go back up another hill, which is covered in woods up it, but at the top is a clearing, and you can see sort of where the train line ends from the base. This entire side is my neighbor's, and they let us use their trampoline, which is at the base. At the time, I was maybe 12 years old. I had a friend over named Candace. We had just finished eating some bug treats and watching some witch movie, and we decided to go outside and jump on the trampoline. We
It's 6 a.m.